You let me know when you're ready, Jill, when everyone's ready to go and you're ready to go. Isn't it great?
Recording in progress.
Okay, we'll call the meeting to order at 6:01. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's what I felt like. I got quiet too. I was like, oh.
Susan, you don't need to use this when you're... You all good now, Jill? I see it was screwing up. I'll wait. Take your time. Nope. That's better. We will if this doesn't work. I'm not sure what we're not doing. It is recording right now. So let's try it.
paranoid.
Right. And they're not, I'm assuming, yeah, and I'm assuming with the trace streets on all, so there's not as much debt.
And they
I mean, there's some.
not comparatively speaking, if you were to go to 4 years.
Yeah, okay, yeah, good for them, yeah, that's great. Yeah, I would have
Recording stop. Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
So then she'll have to make me.
Hey, Jill, we allow Suzanne as the host and we'll use her iPad as the camera?
Oh. Maybe the bottom one. Oh, okay. That's it.
Recording in progress.
There we go. So we'll set it up here. Is that all right?
Yeah? On the table? Yes.
Yep.
Should I get that table right there?
Okay, I can just scoot this.
Oh, thank you.
We can set that on the, so that's in there. And the background filters, you can just turn off and say none. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I'll put it down here on the thing.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah?
All right. Let's see if we can get this to work here.
Do you think that we're going to stop using Cloverdale from now on? It's always going to be in person or in Zoom?
I think at some point they'll stop doing Zoom.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Here, David.
Maybe I should have already been aware of this.
No, he's with the same
Give me a sec.
Jose just couldn't be here tonight.
Oh, okay, because I was like, if there's something I should know, maybe
No.
just probably good to be aware if we did have a switch. Look at that.
A little bit more.
Some engineering.
That's good.
Yes.
Oh, look at that. All tacky and everything.
It's like MacGyver.
I know. Get the duct tape.
Yeah, that's pretty legit.
Yeah, that's great. That's even better.
You got it. Are we good? Okay, to everyone watching, I apologize for the technical difficulties. To view from home, you're going to have to watch the screen of Susie Holmes. It shows the council off of her iPad at this point. Our city council computer screen and camera were not working. So, since we have everyone here, moving forward, let's see, where are we? Roll call.
Mayor Lands.
Here.
Vice Mayor Walter. Councilmember Bagby. Councilmember Cruz.
Here.
Councilmember Paula.
Here. Report out from closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session to discuss performance evaluation of the city manager and city attorney. There was no reportable action.
Thank you, sir. Conflict of interest declarations. Anyone?
I do.
Okay, please, go ahead, Councilmember Cruz.
Yes, I need to pull item D2 from the consent calendar. So I would vote on consent calendar except for D2.
Thank you, Councilmember Cruz. So when we get there, we will go right through
All of them, and then do D2 last, so that you can just check out real quick and check back in if that works for you.
And then on new business, I have to exempt myself from the Alexander Valley Health somewhere. I had it highlighted here, but in any event, when we get there, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cruz. I don't see that one on new business anymore.
It's D2.
Yes, perfect, okay. Any changes or deletions, David?
Mayor, no changes to the agenda this evening.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward to public comments. Any person wishing to speak to the City Council on any item not listed on the agenda may do so at this time. Members of the public have the right to speak on any item on the council agenda at the time the item comes up for consideration. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda. Per City Council policy, 3 minutes are typically allotted to each speaker. Do we have anyone in the audience for public speaking? No public comments? Any hands in the attendees? I do not see any yet. We'll give it a couple seconds. Jill, if you don't mind. Okay. Seeing none, we'll move forward to C, proclamations and student liaison report. Guadalupe, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lands. As some of you may know, last week there was a walkout held for Principal Lucchetti from the middle school. Both students and parents participated as they walked from the middle school to the high school during lunchtime. As for our seniors, deadlines for scholarships are coming up. Scholarships with deadlines in March include the American Association of University Women's Scholarship, Youth and Agricultural Leadership Scholarship Foundation, American Legion Auxiliary Unit 293 Scholarship, and many more. Students from the junior class have been selected for Boys State and Girls State. They will be attending these programs in the summer. Congratulations to them. FFA competed at UC Davis as individuals in the FFA milk quality judging last week, and Interact Club participated in Rotary's river cleanup last Sunday morning. Congratulations to the boys basketball team for their incredible season. They lost this past Saturday, but it is a season worth remembering. Amazing job, Eagles. Spring sports are now well underway. The track team competed in their first meet this year at Santa Rosa High School against 1,000 other athletes. Dylan Lyon set a new long jump record of 19 feet and 0.5 inches. Great job to everyone who competed on Saturday. The junior class is having a C's Candy fundraiser. All profits will go to Prom 2022. They do plan on having it this year as of the moment. All ordering is done online and orders are shipped to your house. There is a link and QR code. It can be found on Facebook on the community page. And we will be reposting that so it's easier to access. Exciting news, beginning Monday, the high school will become mask optional. Students will have the option to remove their mask or continue wearing it. March 15th is Mr. Eagle at 6 p.m. at the high school. Please come out and show your support. It is a night full of fun and entertainment, and it's a good distraction. And lastly, spring break will start on March 21st, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Guadalupe. Give me 1 second. I have possibly, okay. Looks like we have a public comment in the audience that had a language barrier and didn't understand me. So Jade, could I ask for your assistance? According to Councilmember Cruz, someone has a public comment they came here to make. And thank you, Councilmember Cruz, for letting me know. I apologize for that.
Good evening. My name is Virginia Jimenez. I'm translating for Elvira because her brother had an accident last week.
Pues este viernes, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Este viernes pasado mi hermano fue el que sufrió el accidente y pues me invitaron hoy aquí y lo que yo quiero pedir o queremos pedir es que, ¿cómo se llama? En el paso peatonal creo que lo que necesitamos es un semáforo.
I just want to share with you that my brother was run over this Friday, and I'm here asking on his behalf that to have a light at the crosswalk. There isn't one.
Mi hermano pues aún sigue grave, sigue en el hospital y por ahora pues no se sabe cuándo le van a dar de alta. Espero que pronto.
At the moment, her brother is still in the hospital. He's severely ill. She doesn't know when he'll be coming home.
Tiene lastimado la nuca, o se le abrió la nuca, tiene lastimado un brazo que apenas lo puede mover y por ahora pues siguen haciéndoles estudios internos.
He cracked his head open. His arm is hurt, and they're continuing to do internal more analysis on him at the moment. Thank you.
Could you please tell her that we are really sorry for what happened to her brother, and we will do whatever we can to make that crosswalk safer. Okay? We are all looking into it at this time.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
De nada.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd just like to request that item be put on a Public Works subcommittee agenda for that particular intersection, so we could talk about it.
Great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Cruz, for making that clear on that one. Please go ahead.
Ok, buenas tardes. Yo conozco a Cloverdale, he estado viviendo aquí en esta ciudad como hace 22 años y
I have been here in Cloverdale for the last 22 years.
y anteriormente no se ocupaban muchos servicios de los que necesitamos hoy, pero Cloverdale ha crecido demasiado que ahorita muchos servicios son muy necesarios, como el semáforo que se está comentando hoy.
Back then, we didn't have the necessity that we do now because we have grown so much, and the necessity of having a light at that crosswalk, it's important.
Ahí en lo que es Woodard y Avenida Clover ya han pasado varios accidentes y pues además si ustedes se fijan que es tan necesario que viene usted por la avenida Woodard y Clover y hace como una curva para allá y no hay ni visibilidad para salir a la calle, ¿me entiendes?
If you notice between Cloverdale and Hillsborough Avenue, there's a curve that sometimes there's no visibility, and the light is necessary.
Por eso yo veo mucha necesidad de ese semáforo y pues estamos conscientes que han pasado muchos accidentes ahí hasta han muerto personas ahí en ese cruce, ¿verdad?
As you recall, there has been other injuries in there. Somebody had actually died before, and I think it's not necessary to emphasize the need.
Yo a todos ustedes les pido que escuchen esta petición que estamos haciendo porque de lo contrario quizás vayan a seguir sucediendo más accidentes. Muchas gracias.
I ask you to please consider this petition from all of us, because it's more than likely if something doesn't happen, something else will happen again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Susana Oseguera.
Susana Oseguera.
Yo soy la otra parte de ella fue su hermano, ahora es mi primo el que atropelló, pero yo creo que no es necesario que estemos aquí. Yo pienso que Cloverdale necesita un semáforo, no sé qué necesite ahí, y no necesitamos estar aquí en petición.
I feel that it's not necessary for all of us to be here again on this topic again. This is my cousin who was injured as well. And I'm just asking you guys to please do something.
Tenemos la necesidad para todos los, incluso yo manejo. Ustedes pusieron una luz ahí donde en el cruce, yo cuando manejo yo no veo esa luz. Entonces, necesitan protegernos a nosotros los conductores y necesitan protegernos a nosotros los que caminamos por ahí.
I'm also a driver, and you can't see in there. So you need to protect us as drivers and us as walkers.
Pues espero que sí escuchen esto y como les digo, yo no veo la necesidad de estar aquí. Incluso mi esposo no estuvo de acuerdo que yo estuviera aquí. Yo vengo porque veo la necesidad del pueblo. Como dijo el Señor, estamos creciendo y el pueblo tiene muchas necesidades y espero que se haga algo pronto. 4 accidentes, 1 muerto, espero que no esperen a que pase otra cosa. Gracias.
I'm telling you again that it's not necessary for us to be on this topic again, and I'm asking you as a community to please do something. I'm here against my husband's will because he didn't want me to be here, but I feel that I need to be here. We are a big community, and we just need to work together. Thank you. On my behalf, as an interpreter, I come and go to Cloverdale because I have a lot of friends here, And I would hate for anyone to get hurt. I work in the community, I help the community, and that's what we need to do. We need to come together as a community and do what's best at the end of the day. I want to go home the way I left. Thank you.
Thank you for your cooperation, your help with us.
Mayor, if I may,
Sure.
the last, the speaker previous to the last one, she also said it was 4 accidents. That was not translated.
Thank you so much for your translations. We appreciate that. And thank you all for coming and giving us your thoughts on this, because we're with you. We definitely are all with you and want to make that area safer. We know it's not perfect, and we've been working on it for a long time. Any other comments? Maybe the Public Works with your first meeting?
Yeah,
Bring it back
if
as
you
fast
could
as
just
possible.
maybe let them know that we're going to put it on the Public Works agenda, and maybe we can get that date to you, if you could leave the name and contact information. But we are going to be talking about, I'd like to get the accident history for that intersection and different things as well, and then we're going to try to come up with a good solution. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Yeah. If I could also just ask Community Development Director and City Manager to just give us updates at planning and sustainability. I mean, I think that, one of the things that we're working on at that subcommittee and throughout the city, obviously, is developing the complete streets plan for Cloverdale. And I think that, what we're seeing from the public and what we've seen, all of us living here, is, a road versus a street. And Cloverdale Boulevard has become, needs to become a neighborhood street. It needs to go on a road diet, and it needs to be addressed right away. So, we have so many of those urgent projects that both on Asti Road and Cloverdale Boulevard that fall under that complete streets impetus. I was just hoping we could kind of, obviously immediate remedies need to go to Public Works, but the long-term planning and making sure that all of our streets are safe for all of our pedestrians and our bicyclists. And for, I so appreciate the woman who spoke. She said, and I drive too. This is the last thing you want as a driver. It's heartbreaking. And so I think that we need to look at this from an immediate planning perspective, but also that long-term complete streets plan for Cloverdale, because I think it's important for all of our residents to feel safe no matter what mode you're in. So I'd appreciate an update at planning and sustainability as well. And I'm sure Councilmember Cruz would as well. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Please go ahead.
may I address the public in Spanish? Muy buenas tardes a todos. Les damos las gracias por haber venido a compartir su pensamiento. Tanto el concejal Pala como la concejala Bagby han dicho que van a dirigir sus esfuerzos en relación a esto, y hay 2 comités que van a revisarlo. Ellos están tan conscientes como el alcalde y como yo en términos de buscar una solución factible para nuestra comunidad. I basically, Mr. Mayor, translated what Mr. Pala and Council Member Bagby said. I also thank them for coming to address us and express our concern for the safety of all the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Okay, we'll be moving forward. And once again, thank you, Guadalupe. That was well done. C2, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale proclaiming March 2022 American Red Cross Month. Is there, David, anyone that wants to read, or do you want to say anything about this first?
Mayor, I'd just like to introduce John Whitton. John is with us in the audience this evening, and he's ready to accept the proclamation. And Mayor, I'm happy to read it if you'd like me to.
Please, go ahead.
Okay. So tonight is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale proclaiming March 2022 American Red Cross Month. whereas in time of crisis, people in the city of Cloverdale come together to care for one another. This humanitarian spirit is a part of the foundation of our community and is exemplified by American Red Cross volunteers and donors. And whereas in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her steadfast dedication for helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. And whereas today, more than 140 years later, we honor the kindness and generosity. Just lost it there for a second. Couldn't read that. We honor the kindness and generosity of Red Cross volunteers here in Cloverdale who continue to carry out Clara's life-saving legacy. They join the millions of people across the United States who volunteer, give blood, donate financially, or learn vital life-preserving skills through the Red Cross. And whereas in Cloverdale, the contributions of local Red Cross volunteers give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours, whether it's providing emergency shelter, food, and comfort for families devastated by local disasters like home fires, donating essential blood for accident and burn victims, heart surgery, and organ transplant patients, and those receiving treatment for leukemia, cancer, or sickle cell disease, supporting service members and veterans, along with their family and caregivers through the unique challenges of military life, helping to save the lives of others with first aid, CPR, and other skills, or delivering international humanitarian aid. And whereas the work performed by the American Red Cross to prevent and alleviate human suffering is vital to strengthening our community's resilience, and whereas the City Council of the City of Cloverdale dedicates this month of March to all of those who continue to advance the noble legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, who lived by her words, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it." And whereas the City Council asks others in our community to join in the commitment to give back in our community. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Cloverdale does hereby proclaim March 2022 as Red Cross Month. And on behalf of the mayor, I encourage all citizens of Cloverdale to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. So dated this March 9th, 2022. So ordered, Mayor Todd Lanz. And Mayor and Council, we do have a proclamation that if you're inclined to provide it to our representatives from Red Cross.
Melanie, you want?
Do you want to take the photo, or is Debbie going to take the photo? Can you come be in the photo too? I can. Can you take a photo?
I can take it.
Mayor Lanz, City Council members, and City Manager Kelly, who facilitated getting this on the agenda and the production of the proclamation. I want to say thank you on behalf of the Red Cross for declaring March 2022 as Red Cross Month in Cloverdale. We are doing that in many municipalities, both in Sonoma County and Napa counties and throughout the state and the nation. I do want to say thank you so much. I'm a volunteer with the Red Cross, have been since the Tubbs fire in 2017. I wear many hats. One of them is government relations, which I'm doing tonight, but I also install smoke alarms in homes. I go in classrooms to teach preparedness to kindergarten through 6th grade students. And I do a little logistics, hauling trailers to emergencies, disasters when needed. I can't do anything about your lights on Cloverdale Boulevard. However, one of the other most common disasters in America are home fires. There's a home fire in the United States every 7 minutes, and half of those occur in homes that have no smoke alarms. So American Red Cross for several years now has been engaged in a program called Sound the Alarm, and we have volunteers that will come out to communities and install smoke alarms at no charge for either the alarms or the installation. If you know of neighborhoods, communities, mobile home parks in Cloverdale that the police department or fire department are aware are without alarms, please let those people know. I have some handouts about the program. I'm going to give to the young lady here to pass on to you, and you can make the community aware that this program exists. Red Cross has many other programs, including blood drives. Twice a month at our office in Santa Rosa, people can come down and give blood, but we will also arrange, if Cloverdale is interested, to have a blood drive in Cloverdale. We have folks who can do that work. We just need a place, like the Citrus Fair grounds or some other place, where the folks can come and set up their cots and take blood. So I didn't introduce my wife, Betsy, who's also a volunteer at a much higher level than I am. Betsy has been on deployments to Hawaii when the volcano was erupting, to Washington when the floods were there earlier this year. She was the job director for the fires in Eastern California this past summer. She does a lot of Red Cross work at all. But remember, Red Cross is a volunteer organization. If you have people in the community looking for a way to volunteer, Red Cross would be happy to have you come join us in the smoke alarm installations or any of our many programs. So again, thank you so much for the proclamation tonight. Spread the word about people's ability to help the Red Cross and be helped by the Red Cross. Thanks so much for your time tonight. Incidentally, I knew that exit very well for 13 years. I was the California Teachers Association representative for Cloverdale, and I spent many hours in the district office negotiating contracts between the teachers and the administration. So good to see you all tonight. Thanks very much, Guadalupe. Nice report.
Any comments from council? Anyone? Please.
I just want to say thank you so much for all the work that you do, for all of us, and especially post-fire. And just make sure that you talk with Jade on your way out, because she's one of your connection on the fire alarm outreach. So let's make sure that you guys connect before you take off.
One of the flyers to give to her.
There you go.
Thank you again very much.
Yeah, and before you leave, I just want to also join in with Councilmember Bagby on behalf of the city and city council. Thank you guys so much. You're invaluable as we have these unfortunate emergencies that have developed. You've been there to help and support our community, and that does not go by unnoticed. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll be there this summer.
And you guys all essentially are volunteers and done a very important job as city council and mayor. So thank you for the work you do. Hopefully we'll have more contacts in the days to come.
Thank you both. Have a good evening. Okay. Moving forward to D, consent calendar. All items under the consent calendar will be considered together by one action of the City Council unless any council member or member of the public requests an item be removed and considered separately. I already have Councilmember Cruz is going to pull D2 due to a conflict because she lives within a certain proximity of that one. Does anyone else have anything to pull?
I'm not sure I want to pull it, but I did have a couple of questions about D3. Would that be all right if I just had a couple of questions? All right.
We'll just pull it.
You want to pull it? Okay. Okay. If that makes Alex happier, we can do that, yeah. I see the relief on his face already, so.
Okay. I would like to pull D1 and D5. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, and 5, so the only one left is 4.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to move the consent calendar, and I'm sure there will be comments on that on D4 as well.
Councilmember Bagby?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Walter?
Aye.
Councilmember Paula.
Aye.
Councilmember Cruz. Mayor Lands.
Aye. So we'll just go in numerical order if it's okay. D1, the teleconference meetings. The AB 361 allows us to do the Zoom meetings and go against basically what the Brown Act states, and it was set in place for emergencies. And if we don't have our systems up to par and working, then we can't have our meetings. And I think at this point with COVID, we don't truly have the emergency now when we're trying to transfer out of that and move into more of the endemic style, and everyone can be here with masks recommended versus, all the different mandates that they had. So I would like to not consider the resolution for teleconferencing at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to recommend the item that we actually, I'm going to move that we continue it. And the reason is this, is that I'm in several legislative meetings at the League of Cities and Sonoma County, and the fact is that across the state, there's overwhelming willingness to revisit the Brown Act as it exists today. One of the things that has come out of the pandemic is that people need a way to be able to meet in an emergency. It goes down to women who are having to take maternity leave. And there's a perfect example in Santa Rosa just a couple of years ago. Erin Carlston, when she was trying to dial in from home, she had to post. She had just given birth to her child, and she had to post the address of where she was meeting and allow anybody in her living room. The Brown Act is antiquated, and cities across California are advocating at the League of Cities that it at least be updated so that it's possible for people to participate, in emergencies and not have to publish their addresses. So I think that there's the movement across California is to update the antiquated nature. Not just have to go to exclusively to in-person meetings. In addition to that, I've got people at SMART meetings, at the NCRA, which is going to be GRT meetings, members of the public who are saying, please, please, please keep a capacity to do remote meetings because, I'm in Humboldt. I don't want to have to drive to the meeting in Ukiah or Sonoma County to make a public comment on an item. And so I think that there is a thirst for hybrid meetings amongst policymakers and amongst the public so that they can participate. I think our issue here is that we just haven't implemented the technology well. And it's just a matter of us making a policy decision to make sure that we have the best tools that we have so that we can consistently have good meetings. So I'm in favor of continue it, and I'm going to move that we just go ahead and pass it this evening.
Okay. So Councilmember Bagby gave us a motion. Do we have a second for her motion?
Discussion. Well, let's get a second first, and since she threw that, then we'll discuss.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you. So we have that. Now let's go through discussion. Since she made the motion, go ahead. Whoever wants to go first.
I don't disagree with Councilmember Bagby. I think the Brown Act needs to be reviewed and updated. It is so outdated. But that's a little different than what we're talking about here tonight. I think that this emergency bill was put in place to address the COVID and with the spread and to keep people distance, rightly so. I think following the health officer's recommendations, which we have done to date, but now they've reduced those restrictions, and I think it's a double-edged sword. I think right now it's the emergency does not exist to that level. I think we all still need to exercise caution, but I think the emergency is pretty much not the issue at this point. And I think, so we're talking, the Brown Act is one issue that really needs to be looked at, and I'm happy to hear that the league has taken that on. But it's a long way from where it's going to amend that section of the law. I think at this point, we could always bring this back if the pandemic does escalate and revisit it, but I think it's really something that we need to put behind us. So I will support moving it off, or not adopting it, I guess is the right.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I'm kind of have mixed emotions about this. You know, I don't have to tell you that gas now is in excess of $5 a gallon. And, I mean, we're talking basically about our city council meetings. I like the fact that we have more attendance since we've started Zooming. But also, I think the meetings in person are more meaningful to the public and to the city council. My council members, if they're battling an illness or a slight handicap, I think there should be some way for them to continue to Zoom. And Alex, maybe you could give us a little advice on that. And where I'm going with this is, and Councilmember Cruz, I'm not picking on you, but I'm just saying that when an individual has a handicap, can we do away with the requirement to Zoom our meetings, yet have a council member Zoom in?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. So without adopting this resolution, a council member could continue to participate remotely in a meeting, but they would need to post where they were participating from on the agenda, and that location would have to be open to the public. And there's a limit on how many members of the city council could do that. But certainly if it was just one, that was possible, but they would have to meet those requirements. If you adopt the resolution, then those posting requirements are not in effect. And I just want to clarify for the city council also that this resolution applies for all of the city's legislative bodies, so not just the city council, but also the planning commission, all the other commissions and subcommittees as well.
Okay. So you bring up an interesting point. Would the planning commission have to abide by what we decide tonight, or would they adopt the AB 361 on their own?
So, you know, the Planning Commission has been adopting resolutions on their own. They are the only legislative body that has been doing that. And the city council has been adopting them on behalf of all of its other
meetings,
all of its other bodies. And frankly, it would be a little strange if the council determined, you know, that these findings could no longer be made, but the Planning Commission, you know, a sort of inferior body, was still making those findings.
Okay. And just one more thing. So if we decide that we're going to do away with it, and I decide that I'm going to Zoom in from home, the meeting has to be posted the required number of days ahead of time on my front door, and I have to let people come in my house to observe the meeting.
Correct.
Okay. I could do it also on the front lawn or
Correct.
in my garage. Okay.
Correct.
All right. That's all the questions I had. So like I said, I'm kind of...
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, could Vice Mayor repeat what he said?
From where? From the beginning or where, Marta?
Vice Mayor, I didn't quite hear what you said. Your mic is a little bit away from you.
Oh, well, basically I said I have mixed emotions about this. I like the fact that we have attendance from the public, probably more so than we would have in the audience. But also COVID is basically winding down, and I think the meetings are more meaningful to the public and the councils if we have them in person. I also sympathize with individuals such as yourself that right now are going through a handicap issue. So my question to the city attorney was, if we eliminate this, would council members be able to continue to Zoom in? And he said yes, with the required notices being posted. Then I asked him if I stayed home and Zoomed in, would I have to, I guess what I'm avoiding is letting people in my house. We can have it on the front lawn, we can have it in my garage. So that's basically it.
There's also the security issue of having to post your home address, publicly. And that is objectionable to me, and I think that that's one
I
of...
can't hear you, Melanie.
There's also the security issue of having to post your home address and post and the idea that it is a security issue. And that's one of the most antiquated things about the Brown Act and one of the biggest concerns that's being addressed. You know, we have to remember too, I mean, I know that everybody here is just, you know, well, oh, you know, COVID is over and we need to go back to normal. Well, the fact is that COVID's not over and there isn't going to be a normal that life is just going to be different after this. This is one of the most sought after and asked for features in updating of the Brown Act amongst other cities and other committees and other boards. I'm not on a single board regionally that is considering going back in person yet. This is the only city this is the only body that I participate in that is even considering not continuing, just having the option. And, you know, as a woman, I have to say, I'm really concerned about this push to say that, oh, well, COVID is over and so we need to go back to normal. First of all, the main feature that we're talking about here is not having to post your home address and not having to invite people in for a public meeting. That is an antiquated, unsafe policy that is going to be reformed in the near future. So I don't see any reason why we don't just go ahead and continue the option at this point. I understand the frustration with the technology, but it's the implementation of the technology, not the ability to be able to move on a moment's notice during an emergency. And we're still in an emergency. I mean, I don't think we should be kidding ourselves here. And there could be an emergency just around the corner. And what you're talking about is if we suspend it now, then you have to have a special meeting to re-implement it. That's just a waste of staff time and staff bandwidth. When the easiest thing to do, the thing that all of the other boards and commissions are doing right now, is they're just continuing this because it's the right thing to do. And administratively, it's the easiest thing to do and the most efficient thing to do and the least cost on staff time. So I really strongly urge us to just go ahead and continue it like so many of our peers are in the county and across California.
Councilmember Cruz?
Well, you know, it's I'm mentally capable of participating, and I continue to participate online on all the boards that I represent Cloverdale in. And the quality of work continues to be of high quality. And somewhere down the road, you know, we are going to have to address this issue. If somebody is ill or somebody has a condition that was not foreseen, like in my case, I want to continue working. I mean, I continue working. You saw my report. Everybody can see the report of all the things I've done in the last 2 weeks. So, and I have not been but to one event in person. And because I had the flexibility to be able to do what I need to do. So I feel that, you know, even though we are in a better place with this pandemic, it's not over. Also, and we should be mindful of that. Thank you.
Councilmember Cruz, I'll make my quick comment before I open to the public, and that is this was put in place for the pandemic and emergency. I understand that the Brown Act is antiquated and should be changed. I don't like the idea of posting addresses. However, that's not what this was for. And so doing this and I hope that legislature changes this somehow to make it right in the future. However, this was set up for emergency purposes, and it's no longer necessary. I'm going to open to the public at this point.
Mr. Mayor, I just have to take issue. I'd just refer you to the staff report again. I don't think that your last statement was factually true. This resolution continues not having to publish your address. And it was put in place for the emergency.
Right, that's what I said.
It's not completely. I think that you might want to just relook at your statement, because the fact is that this resolution was put in place so that council members who are dialing in don't have to publish their addresses. That's a safety concern. It was put in place because of the pandemic. But it's not going to change the fact that council members will still be able to dial in. They'll just have to publish their address. So it's not going to have the effect of what I think you're saying. I think you're saying it would have. It's not going to bring us all back to public meetings requiring council members to be here. We will still have the right to dial in if we want to. We will have the added burden of having to publish our address and invite people in to our homes, which I think is wrong. So I would just encourage you to restate why you're supporting this, because I don't think that your statement was accurate.
Okay, with that, I agree with your statement. This is emergency-based, and it will make us have to post our addresses on the agenda as we used to prior to this being put into effect due to an emergency with the pandemic. Is that fair?
And it's also, that's somewhat fair.
Yes,
but,
I totally understand it,
Okay.
and I agree. It is what it is.
And it's pretty widely agreed amongst council members throughout the state that that is one of the most important things that is going to be changed in the Brown Act, that we're really pushing our legislators to change.
I look forward to that change.
Okay. So it doesn't hurt us at all to go ahead and continue this resolution.
Public comments?
I have one more question.
Okay, we'll bring it back to this for sure.
Hi, Erin Gore. I'll be talking later. I'm an elected official here in Sonoma County on the healthcare district representing Cloverdale. We are embracing and not changing this feature because technology is incredible to drive constituent engagement, specifically in the Latinx community and moms, because right now I'm actually paying for childcare to be here because I don't have my husband home and I need to be here and I can't bring my 4-year-old. So I think you're going to really limit your public engagement if you nix this and you go back to in-person. And I think it's just get with the times, quite frankly. Like, technology is our future. And I think Councilmember Bagby is completely correct. And at the hospital district, we're not even considering it, to be frank.
Thank you, Aaron. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I don't see any hands on the 5 people that are watching. So we'll bring it back to the dais.
One more.
Please, go ahead.
May I, please? So Councilmember Cruz, you bring up a very good point about being able to attend your other meetings outside of Cloverdale, and you'll still be able to do that. If I understand it correctly, Alex, I know I am, we're just talking about the city council meetings in Cloverdale.
Yeah, the city council meetings.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the other bodies of the city, but
Sure.
not other jurisdictions.
Yeah, not to belabor this, you know, a lot of good points were made. I just want to make it for the record, nobody said that the pandemic's over. Nobody said the emergency's gone. What they, well, we could agree to disagree on what I said. What I said is the emergency, the health officer has reduced the threat and has said, now we can now start meeting in public if we choose to. I said, but we should still exercise safety as we do that, and I still feel that way. But with that said, you know, I'm fine either way. I could support moving this, keeping this in place. I don't know how much longer the governor's going to keep it in place. I'm not sure if it's going to stay in. I know it's not indefinite, so it is on its way out. And my biggest concern with wanting to eliminate this whole thing is because of the technology glitches. Just like tonight, we're 20 minutes late in getting into our meeting, and that's nobody's fault, but it's 20 minutes late. It holds everybody up, the public at home waiting, trying to get in. It's just hard. Mention that, and then we get into, if we can't get it working, we just have to cancel the whole meeting. We can't move forward because we need the technology. So that's a problem. So it's a double-edged problem that needs to be dealt with. But I'm willing to keep it going, at least for now. But we need to either get better technology and make sure it works, or we need to fix it. But I do support 100% the Brown Act is outdated, and I encourage you to keep us updated on what we as a city can do to help the league, from at least Cloverdale's, to make those amendments, because that's really what needs to happen. So
Well,
just-
I
thank
appreciate
you.
your comments, because, and I really agree. I think that, how we are implementing it, our technology, it's limited by our budget. If we make it a priority, we can fix it. And I really appreciate Aaron's comments, because the fact is that this is the only body that is even considering going back immediately, because we've seen improved engagement from across our constituents. And that's not just with the big, huge boards I'm on. It's also with the smaller local boards. We're just seeing more participation and engagement. I think our problem here at Cloverdale is just the technology that we're using to implement meetings. And I just wanted to be very clear is that this continuation it eliminates the necessity to post your location. That's what you get. It's not going to bring all of us back to the dais. It's not going to, it's not about in-person meetings versus not in-person meetings. That's not what it's about at all. Let's be very, very clear what we're talking about. We're talking about council members, elected officials, not having to post their location when they do call in. And that's an issue. And it's also, it is the issue in the Brown Act that is most likely to be addressed first by the legislature. It is getting the most traction, it's getting the most action. So I would just hate to see Cloverdale to be an outlier amongst the councils in Sonoma County, in our region, and the boards that we serve on, to be the first to discontinue this revolving resolution. Like Aaron said, technology is our future, and increased participation is our future. So let's look at implementing a better online meeting system, and let's maintain people's privacy and dignity. We already volunteer our time and serve. I don't see why we have to publish our home addresses. That's just wrong for ourselves. That's wrong for our spouses. It's wrong for our neighbors. So I'd like to see us continue this resolution and not have to beat a dead horse at every meeting over this, because it's just simply not worth it.
Now, let's make one last, and then we'll move on to the roll call. We aren't the first. I have other meetings that I attend that are in person only, and I could name them if needed. However, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to clarify for you. Jill, please.
Restate the motion, please.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Bagby and second by Cruz
What was the motion?
to
Motion to
approve.
approve the continuing resolution.
Thank you.
Okay. So roll call, Councilmember Bagby.
Aye.
Councilmember Cruz. Councilmember Paula.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Walter.
Aye.
Mayor Lands.
Nay.
So it'll come back on the calendar in the first meeting in April. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to D3. Melanie? We pulled D2, but we have to recuse for that one, so I figured we can keep Councilmember Cruz until we go through them all. So you want to speak on that?
Oh, sorry, I'm on D3?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, shoot. Oh, I just had a couple of questions, and I've got them highlighted here. Let's see. I just was curious, and maybe you can take them all at once, City Manager. I just was wondering why this wasn't reviewed by the Public Works Subcommittee, and then you probably see where I'm going with this on questions. I just was wondering what the implications and possible findings vis-a-vis the CIP and tertiary treatment would have on this permit application, and then how might these findings support or change our surface or groundwater designation of wells?
Thank you, Councilmember Bagby, and through the mayor, I'll address your questions. Kind of a three-part. I think the first one was why wasn't this brought to Public Works Subcommittee? And council could choose, if you'd like to go ahead and remand it back to the subcommittee. This was really brought forward because it's part of our routine action to renew our permit. It's a required action. There's not much discretion in this review process. It's part of the not annual, but 5-year process. So from that perspective, given that there's not a lot of discretion in this item, it was brought to council for consideration. The next question pertained to advanced treatment and the requirements that may apply to our wastewater treatment plant. And that's something that's borne out and part of this review process. We have been fortunate thus far, at least from a regulatory perspective, of not being obligated or mandated to implement an advanced treatment system. Now, that doesn't preclude the council from doing the necessary work now, whether it be a feasibility study or other analysis to move us in that direction and prepare us for what we expect will likely be a mandate in the future if we don't take proactive action to kind of start that process. But we're not certain that necessarily that the board is positioned to mandate it during this next 5-year cycle.
That's exactly my question.
Right. And we as a result of the last 5-year review, we implemented a more robust well testing process, data reporting process, and engaging with the board. We had a tour. The senior operator and myself were at the plant on Friday touring with our representatives from the regional board. And at least the indication that I received, or I felt received, was that our plant's in really good shape. Thankfully, because we have a great senior operator who runs a very tight ship and maintains our plant very well. I think they were impressed with the work that we're doing there to mitigate and address some of the concerns associated with our current system. But again, that's part of this process will be to engage with the board and do the work that's identified in the scope of work, which is additional hydrogeologic analysis and looking at what are the potential impacts of our discharge to the surface flows of the Russian River, and look at that more closely. And it's part of that process. There is discretion by the board to make decisions about what additional permit requirements may apply. I think. Did I capture all your questions, Councilmember Bagby?
And then just sort of, the last, you touched on it a bit, but how might the findings support or change our surface or groundwater designation? And I think you hit the nail on the head. I just kind of wanted to know how much if you could look in your crystal ball, how much this might trigger or reprioritize items on the SIP. And I think you covered that very well, so appreciate that. And obviously, we want to have further conversations. And I think it was completely appropriate to take it straight to the council because of how the compulsory nature of the permitting process. So I wasn't calling your question. I just was wondering if there was a nuance that I was missing. So I think that answers most of my questions. So thank you very much. And with that, I would be willing to recommend the item.
I'll second that.
Open up to the public. Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the dais. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bagby?
Aye.
Councilmember Paula?
Aye.
Councilmember Cruz? Aye. Vice Mayor Walter?
Aye.
Mayor Lands?
Aye. The next one is D5. The funding agreement with La Familia Sana. I just wanted to first off take the time to say thank you for all you've been doing. You guys have been gangbusters coming into our town to help us out and take care of a lot of things, and I love it. But I wanted to make sure that this is a large amount of money for a small town, so I want to make it clear this is one time, and we have to be very careful and cognizant of our own budget in this town for the future, and that's all. I'm not against it. Anybody else have comments? Please.
Trying to find the bill number, and maybe the city manager could help me. I just wanted to, that's why I kind of sneaked away. When we were having video problems, I took advantage of the time. I sneaked over and talked to Jade about a bill that is being brought forward by Senator McGuire. So I know it's SB something. Can you remember the number, Dave? It's 12, I'm going to completely screw it up, and we'll find it in a second. Anyway,
1229.
Thank you so much. 1229. I didn't want to go out on a limb there. It's SB 1229. It is being brought forward by our Senator McGuire, in cooperation with school board, or California School, help me out, California School Superintendent Thurman. And it is to provide scholarship and incentives for returning students to pledge in exchange for some tuition assistance, to pledge to go to work as counselors or therapists in local schools or in community organizations like La Familia Sana. And I just thought that because the city council is pledging to support them to the tune of $75,000, and it's something that is not usually in our wheelhouse. These are usually services that are provided by the county. It just shows how important these services are in small communities like Cloverdale. And though it's not a usual municipal bill, I think it's really important for us, since we've identified that need in our community, and La Familia Sana is fulfilling it. So they've stepped up and stepped in so quickly. I think it would be a great thing for this council to write a letter of support for that bill, and maybe we want to do it in conjunction with La Familia Sana so that we support that legislation. I really believe it's important for, especially as we're seeing the great retirement as a result of COVID. There are so many people who are leaving the profession of being therapists or being high school counselors or being local counselors. I think that since we've identified that as such an important community need, that this is a piece of legislation that I think Cloverdale needs to support our senator on. So I'd like to see us write that letter of support, and if it might be a great opportunity to work with Jade and write a co-letter of support telling the senator he is on the right track, and it's important for our communities to start getting these new counseling and therapy professionals into our schools and our communities. So that's just what I wanted to add about this. That's just an extra.
Councilmember Cruz, do you have anything on this?
No, it's really to be applauded in terms of the initiatives by La Familia Sana. Regardless of the size of the town, they have been able to address a lot of what the country is facing, which is mental health in variety of communities. And they were able to move on this quite effectively and efficiently. I tell you, I did speak to very many people who were really overwhelmed right after all these COVID restrictions and the threat of not being able to be with the community and with family, especially with youngsters and their inability to cope. So La Familia Sana has done a great job, has been a great support to what the county and the state has offered. And in communities like ours that many times are isolated and do not receive access to services, this has been an incredible effort and a good initiative. So I just want to once again applaud the initiative of the leadership and the community who has taken advantage of this service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, ditto what Councilmember Bagby and Cruz had to say. We're fortunate that we were able to receive that one-time ARPA funds, and we were able to use part of that money to support this program. It's an extremely important program, and I, for one, in conjunction with our city council, want to thank you for really all you've done and what you're going to continue to do for our city and our residents. So thank you.
I'm good, thank you. Okay, with that, we've already opened to the public and closed, so I will make a motion for D5.
Second.
Do you want me to read the full resolution? Since it's full.
You can identify by number.
Okay. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale approving a funding agreement with La Familia Sana in the amount not to exceed $75,000 and authorizing the city manager to execute said agreement in a form approved by the city attorney.
All right. And I did second that. I don't know if you heard me.
Mayor Lands.
Aye.
Councilmember Bagby.
Aye.
Councilmember Cruz. Councilmember Paula.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Walter.
Vice Mayor Walter, yes.
Perfect. Okay, now we're going to go back to D2. Councilmember Cruz, this is the one that you need to recuse yourself from due to your distance from your home.
Do I need, Alex, do I need to abstain or just recuse by signing off?
Recuse, you should just turn your camera off and mute yourself for the duration of this item.
Is there any discussion on D2? I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Any public comment? No hands raised. Bring it back and do a roll call.
Mayor Lands.
Aye.
Councilmember Paula.
Aye.
Councilmember Bagby.
No.
Councilmember Cruz.
Definitely, she recused herself,
Oh,
I'm
that's
sorry.
right, sorry. Vice Mayor Walter.
Yes.
Okay. Made it through the consent calendar.
Let the record note that the last item passed on a vote of 3-1, 3-1-1 with one recusal.
Councilmember Cruz, if you are.
Yeah, she's done.
Did she log out or does it?
I'm going home at 10, guys.
Oh, we'll trust them.
Are you texting her, Melanie?
Bring back in. We can move forward because we already have her communications. We got to go to E, communications. Do we have any communications, David?
We do, Mayor. Let me reference those for you 1 second. There was communication received after the agenda was posted. I want to note there was email correspondence from Mr. Barry Miller. He was inquiring about obtaining a quote from the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department about their services and costs. This item is not agendized tonight for discussion, but I did want to bring to attention that this correspondence was received.
And it was sent to our email, I saw.
That's correct.
Thank you. She's still not.
And staff, I did respond to the questions.
Thank you, sir.
Is that going to hit a subcommittee at some point?
Vice Mayor Walter, I would recommend if you'd like to discuss that, to refer that to a subcommittee or future discussion under future items.
No, I'm fine with it just sitting there.
When we get to the future, we'll definitely do whatever we have to do to solve that issue. Well, if she's, I'd like to have her join us instead of keeping going.
Yeah, I'd keep going.
It's a long item for the next one, so I don't want to start it and then have her.
Are we just going to do the presentation?
Looks like we lost her from Zoom.
Yeah, we lost her from there.
Let's skip and
But
go
if
to the
we-
next one.
Yeah. Who's giving the presentation? Who's giving the?
Councilmember Bagel, I'll provide the overview. I was going to ask our acting city clerk this evening to invite Deborah Kaufman, who is an attendee in the Zoom, as a panelist.
My issue is if she's not here for the whole presentation, or then she can't vote on it, correct? So
Oh, yeah, she could.
Are you okay with that?
Oh, yeah, she can vote on it.
It's not a land use item.
It's not land use. And she's our representative, and so if it's just kind of an overview of 1383, I don't want to speak for Councilmember Cruz, but I think she knows most of the
Well,
topic.
as long as we're within our legal parameters,
Yeah.
let's roll it.
Yeah,
Let's keep
I don't
going.
think she's going to mind.
Thank you so much, Beck. I appreciate that.
Mayor, Council, are you ready? I'll go ahead and proceed.
We are
Okay.
ready right now, yes, sir.
So good evening, Mayor, members of council. The item tonight is consideration of an ordinance, is the first introduction, first reading, amending Title 8, Chapter 8.12 of the City of Cloverdale Municipal Code regarding collection, disposal, and processing of solid waste, recyclables, and organic waste. The purpose of this ordinance is to ensure that the city complies with Senate Bill 1383, which are solid waste regulations that were enacted by the state legislature. In addition, the requested action tonight includes approval of a memorandum of understanding, or MOU, for implementation of SB 1383 regulations with Zero Waste Sonoma. And as you may recall, the council did approve a joint powers agreement with what was formerly called Sonoma County Waste Management Authority and is now referred to as Zero Waste. So I would like to note that Deborah Kaufman from R3 Consulting Group has joined us as a panelist and can offer and address any technical questions that the council may have or that may arise during the public hearing tonight. To summarize the ordinance, it really is a comprehensive revision and update of the existing municipal code that related to solid waste, most specifically to address, again, the requirements that were enacted by the state legislature pertaining to SB 1383. And the regulations were adopted in 2016 with the effective date of January 1st. The requirement is that all municipalities have the appropriate requirements within their municipal code by April 1st. So that's why we are on target tonight to introduce the ordinance for council's consideration. In summary, the comprehensive update of the ordinance achieves a number of things. It first and foremost, it establishes requirements of our franchise waste hauler recology. This is again to ensure that as our sole provider of solid waste management services, are going to be responsible for the collection of organic waste. A lot of the regulations, if you see in the ordinance that's included in your packet, both the clean version and the red line version, you'll see a reference to a three-can system. And I'm happy to report that for the most part, that system has been implemented largely in Cloverdale, with maybe the exception in some cases at multifamily residential units and in some cases at commercial establishments. That three-can system really means there's a can dedicated to solid waste, there's a can dedicated to recyclables. Often you'll see that can is blue in color, and then the third can is a green can, and that's dedicated to really what many of us have come to call a yard waste. But the provisions of SB 1383 are intended to expand upon what material is put into that green can, primarily to address the impact that organic material has when it's landfilled. There was quite a bit of research that indicates that the landfilled organic material generates methane, which in turn contributes to greenhouse gas emissions. And so the kind of the basis or underlying principle of this regulation is to address those greenhouse gas emissions. So the hauler requirements that are provided for in the updated ordinance really set out that three-can system, establishes the more specific regulations around generation of waste and trying to ensure systems are in place to enable residents and our commercial enterprises to be able to dispose of that waste in a way that addresses these underlying regulations. Put organic material, rather than in the garbage can, put it into a green can so that it can be composted and generate mulch rather than fill up our landfill. The ordinance also, one of the goals of SB 1383 is to try to create a system of ensuring some of the major sources of organic material are removed. So there are regulations that relate to our restaurants in ensuring that there are processes in place to try to reuse food that may otherwise be placed in the garbage can. And so kind of they call it food recovery. and there's some record-keeping requirements. Many of our existing grocery stores, for example, do this. They provide bread and milk and cheese and things like that to some of our food service providers that kind of help the food insecure in our community. So I don't think there's a whole lot new there, but there is comes with that the record keeping requirement. So there is a regulatory burden related to those extra requirements, and of course there comes with an enhanced monitoring. So the SB 1383, I think, really imposes some of the teeth around trying to ensure the compliance and getting residents and getting our businesses to place material which might otherwise go into landfill into the green can, so that it kind of gets into the compost waste stream rather than into the landfill. Luckily, Zero Waste has taken a leadership position on the enforcement, at least in the compliance and inspections, and really starting at the basic level of education and outreach. So included in the actions that were requested tonight is adoption of an MOU. The MOU would accomplish a number of those things that we think would be vital to help a small jurisdiction like Cloverdale meet its requirements of SB 1383, to reach out to those residents, provide the necessary information on how they can comply. Also looking at providing additional tools to our residents in the way of countertop compost containers and things like that are going to facilitate recycling. With that said, this does come with, you can kind of call it an unfunded mandate. There are some requirements here that do generate costs for the city, and as well as our franchise hauler. So there are some downstream impacts of this legislation that we will be bringing forward for future consideration. Not so much because of the ordinance, but because the SB 1383 requirements also relate to or require our franchise hauler to meet certain requirements. And so there's some cost burden for them that they will be requesting that they address through their solid waste rates. So I'll kind of pause there. We can go into more detail. Included in your packet, again, is the red line version. It shows the proposed modifications to the municipal code to address the requirements of SB 1383, and then there's the clean version. And there's also the copy of the MOU. At this juncture, most cities in Sonoma County that are part of the JPA have adopted the MOU. So we're I think one of the few remaining cities left to adopt it and be part of that. To have all the jurisdictions sign on to that MOU, and that would ensure that we are compliant by having their organization in place to start the outreach and enforcement, and likewise introduction would set us on a path to comply before the April 1st deadline. So I'd like to again introduce Deborah Kaufman. Deborah, I just want to provide you the opportunity before council opens it up here, if there's anything that I missed or that you want to add to the conversation this evening regarding the ordinance. And I do want to thank the team at R3. They were very helpful in assisting staff in preparing the draft ordinance and making sure that it addresses the requirements of SB 1383.
I think you covered it well. Thanks. I'm happy to answer questions.
Deborah, nice to see you. Glad to hear from folks at R3. I think that we're trying to stay focused on implementation and just kind of timeline. But I was wondering, since I know you have probably done so much background work on this, one of the things that's absent from the staff report and the presentation is how, and I appreciate the city manager's comments about diversion being so important, but I was wondering if you could talk about the diversion from our landfill in Sonoma County in particular, and how this will extend the life of the landfill and hopefully keep rates down for ratepayers. It's not the
it's not the main thrust of this bill, but I think it's pretty significant for local ratepayers to have that piece as well, because I think we can get a little hung up on, oh, it's an unfunded mandate, it's one more thing the state's coming down and, taking our local control away and all that kind of, stuff that gets bandied about inappropriately. But this is especially important for the ratepayers and preserving the life of our landfill. So I just was wondering if you could touch on that as well.
Well, organics are one of the main components of landfills. So, keeping organics out of landfills will preserve and conserve the life of all landfills throughout California.
As a board member at Zero Waste, I know that our projected life is for our landfill is about 25 years, and so this is pretty significant actually for ratepayers. So while we will see some additional upfront costs, we're also going to this will also help control the costs over the coming decades to our ratepayers. So just wanted to make sure that point was covered as well.
Councilmember Cruz, I know this is your baby now. Would you like to make any comments first or next?
It has been for a while now, right? Well, I want to say that Zero Waste Sonoma has been quite responsive to the needs of Cloverdale. They have been very present in the community. They have been working with the different businesses and different entities in town. I just have a funny thing to say to you guys. And, this has been my pet peeve all along, and you could ask Leslie Lucas and everybody else at the board. I just received like a 64-gallon bin for compostables. And it is all very nice, but I live in an apartment complex. So I don't have room for that. And that is the one thing that needs to be addressed by everybody. When we live in these apartment complexes, condominiums, multi-units, we need to have small bins because we don't produce all that. There's always an organization that cleans your yard, picks up your greens, etc. And there's so much that we can't produce, and we don't have the room for that. But other than that, I am very happy with the 1383. We continue to look for compostable site. And I can say that everything has been laid out in a very clear fashion. And I'm very happy with this. It has taken a lot of conversation. So thank you very much, Deborah. You've been quite an asset to Zero Waste.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. David, you had mentioned that this is an unfunded program. What is it going to cost the city of Cloverdale? Do we have any estimates on that?
I don't have a solid cost estimate. Some of it's really going to be borne by our hauler, and that's something that will be in negotiations with the hauler. We'll be bringing forward a presentation by them where they're going to provide an overview of what the additional costs are to them to provide the additional services and what that impact is on rates for ratepayers. The kind of direct cost to the city for this, the SB 1383 regulations, I think really relate to two pieces. One is the record keeping requirement, so just keeping records. That if we are audited by Cal Recycle, which we on an annual basis we get a visit from Cal Recycle staff, and they walk through all of our facilities, and then secondarily there is a requirement to procure compost materials, and it's not exactly clear on how much compost material will be required to report under the ordinance. We do purchase already. So, for our landscaping and our parks programs. So we'll be able to. We're gonna have to assess the difference between what we buy currently versus what we may have to. What is the tonnage that will be required under the SB 1383, and that difference will be kind of the cost impact. We don't have a specific dollar amount that we can tie to that at this juncture.
Deborah, how about you? Could you give an estimate of what you think that's going to cost us to maintain those records?
Yeah, I can't give you a cost because that's, currently under discussion. There are some moving parts. I know Zero Waste Sonoma is taking on some of those costs, but then your hauler will also have some additional costs for route reviews and contamination notices. So the ordinance itself just puts the requirements in place, but I don't have a solid estimate for you.
And how about fines if we're not complying properly?
You have the ability to assess fines at the infraction level. Those would be 100, 200, and 500 for first, second, and subsequent violations.
That's not complying. Well, I think the example we used when we first discussed this was the school district with their green cans. The city gets fined if they're not in compliance?
The city gets fined $10,000 a day by CalRecycle. The city itself can fine the entities that are being regulated but in the infraction area. So the CalRecycle is the one who would be fining the cities if there's non-compliance with the requirements on jurisdictions.
So just, I'm not done yet, Councilmember Cruz, so why don't you hold on one second. So if I understand this correctly, and let's just use the school district, if they don't comply, the city could get fined up to $10,000?
School districts are considered sort of non-local entities and subject to state requirements. So it really, no, it wouldn't be the schools, but it's on businesses. Primarily, the requirements are on businesses and to some degree on residents as well. But the requirement is simply that they have service, that they have 3-bin service for all residential and commercial entities. And then there's some additional requirements, as David mentioned, for those food generating businesses like very large supermarkets and grocery stores to donate excess edible foods. So those are the primary requirements.
Well, I guess where I'm going is if we're fined $10,000 because a business is in non-compliance, then we in turn can go after that business for that money. Is that what you're saying? We could pass it along?
Well, you wouldn't pass along a CalRecycle has talked a lot about working with communities. They want to see, the ordinances adopted. They want to see some enforcement program in place. Zero Waste Sonoma has, agreed to do some of those, put some of those things in place, but the cities themselves will do the final enforcement in terms of penalties assessed. There may not be the need for a lot of enforcement in this because once everybody has the program in place, which is, since you already have a 3-bin system, it's easier for your community to do that. But there are a few other requirements, as I mentioned, like for commercial edible food generators, like the large groceries. So all of that needs to be in place. And presumably CalRecycle could fine the city if you weren't enforcing, but they've talked a lot about working together with the cities to, develop a program and make sure that the pieces are in place.
I just have a hard time when a mandate comes down and it's unfunded. And then when there's a fine to the dollar amount that you're talking, that may be levied against the city, but in reality, it might not be. I mean, if we could get that in writing, that would be great. But I just don't like it when unmanded fund dates come down. I agree with the program, fantastic. I hope it goes well, but I don't like exposing the city to an unknown dollar amount. And I think it's irresponsible if any other council member were to put the city in jeopardy like that. Thank you.
Councilmember Cruz?
Yes, Vice Mayor, Deborah is a consultant, and the person to answer your questions and concerns is the JPA itself and Recology. And we are working on all these issues because even though that's what it's written, there are other standards to be able to work with the city before we even get close to any kind of fines. So Leslie Lucas may be coming on board to clarify some of these questions. Actually, she's here. Could you promote? Is it okay to promote her to respond to some of Vice Mayor's concerns, Mayor Lance?
Yes, Jill's working on it right now.
Is it Leslie?
Yes.
Yeah, Leslie Lucas. Yeah, the question here is, what about all the mandates without us having a say in it? And I have been trying to explain here that the JPA, in collaboration with Color Recycle and with Recology, would be working directly with the community to make sure that there are no unnecessary fines, that there is a road for education and compliance.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this is Leslie Lukash, Executive Director of Zero Waste Sonoma. And I want to report that we are actually ahead of the game. CalRecycle actually looks at us as being a model, and some of the programs that we're creating are actually being replicated by other jurisdictions. So as a whole, every jurisdiction in Sonoma County, we are in full compliance right now, and we have enacted everything we needed to do. And the programs that we're working on, they are not subject to fines at all. So we are going to make sure that all of our jurisdictions are in compliance. That's our role. Even though at the end of the day with this law, it goes, it's the jurisdictions that would get fined, but we as the agency will make sure that will not happen. And CalRecycle has assured us that there's a number of steps. They're really looking for the jurisdictions that are not putting their best foot forward and not in compliance. And that's not Cloverdale nor any other jurisdiction in Sonoma County.
Leslie, maybe you can answer the questions that I have, since I think I'm next to it, right? Anybody else? Did you have more? Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, I just want you to know whether or not.
Questions before I asked. What is the measurable amount to use as a baseline for a restaurant or somewhere so that we know they're in compliant?
Well, the law just was enacted on January 1st of this year. So some of the things that we've done to be in compliance is we've created a memorandum of understanding between our agency and all of the jurisdictions, including Cloverdale, which outlines the steps that our agency is doing to make sure the jurisdictions are in compliance. And then we're doing some of the other things like a food recovery capacity study that was required, and that is to look at edible food and what edible foods being disposed, and if we were to collect that edible food, where is that edible food going? So that study is underway, and we actually should have the results of that study at the 1st of next month. And one of the other things that's been a sticking point for many jurisdictions is the procurement of compost. We've actually worked around that, and we created a rebate program for compost. And what that is, there is within the regulations that you're allowed to create a provider. As the name's escaping me right now within the legislation, but a third-party provider. And so we are actually working out this rebate program right now, which will ensure that your city does not have to procure compost. And so that's another thing that we're doing to be in compliance. So really, we are on top of all of the regulations right now.
I understand all that. What I'm trying to figure out is what is the measurable amount, because it's very subjective. And we don't have an amount that you can say. You could walk in the door tomorrow and say, Cloverdale, you are not in compliance. Here's, your fines. You could do that.
So
with that, how do we know whether or not we're in compliance? How do we tell a restaurant you're out of compliance or in compliance? And violations and complaints are based upon what? Is it all subjective, or is there a measurable amount that we can say they're not doing their job or they are?
This law is very prescriptive, and it says exactly what the jurisdictions need to do. So we know if we're in compliance or not because it's all spelled out for us in the regulations. So your hauler knows. I believe you probably already worked with your hauler to make sure that you are in compliance in terms of doing route reviews and outreach. We are also working with your hauler Recology. So if there is a business that is not doing what it's supposed to do, we are going to be the ones to go in and be the second level of enforcement. And if we cannot get a business to cooperate, we would go to your city manager to talk about the next level. But we know with this law where we are not in compliance. It's very clear where we would be failing if we were.
I'm still confused, and I apologize. I've read through this. I've looked for a measurable amount. Anything that we could say I'm in or out of compliance that is not subjective, and I still don't see it. And so I would love to have that shown to me somehow, somewhere in this law that you say it is so clear as to when I go to a restaurant here in town and tell them they're out of compliance, and they're going to ask, what does it take to be in compliance? What do I have to do? What is the amount I have to put into this bin? I don't see that anywhere, and I've been through this for years looking for it.
They need to have an agreement with a food recovery organization, but the amount that they donate is not prescribed.
Mayor, if I can, I think one thing we could do is work with Recology, our hauler, that provides to staff an annual report on what's the total waste that they collect in the city, and they break it down by recyclables, green waste, and so forth. So we can maybe look at it through that lens, understanding what's our total waste generation as a city, and then assess where in what categories do we want to target I mean, we know we want to reduce solid waste, and we can kind of start judging how or tracking that metric to see how we're performing in terms of actually making reductions in the amount of solid waste, and we should see a corresponding increase in green waste. I think what you're looking for is a metric that this legislation is tied to. It only set the goal of reducing greenhouse gases by 75%, but I don't think it provides quite that level of prescription in terms of any one business trying to, how much they have to reduce or change. The way I kind of look at it is it's going to be a little more higher level in terms of a restaurant. Maybe, for example, if we want to use that as a food generator, do they have the programs in place? One, it's going to be, do they have the green can? That's going to start. Well, kind of to your point, Vice Mayor, is what actions are we taking? Well, we're considering the ordinance tonight. We're putting in place the regulations. The next step will be, okay, now looking at those business enterprises to ensure, do they have the compost container? So that's kind of the next step. And then it's, which they're already doing, for example, at our compost container at City Hall. They actually lift the lid, look in, determine if the appropriate material's in there, and I'll be the first to admit that there's been, some trash in there. So we get a little nasty gram that says we have to clean it up before they take it away. So, I think it's going to be a little bit of an iterative process where, again, through education and outreach, trying to encourage our businesses to do all the things in a stepwise fashion, to get the green can, put in place mechanisms to work with their employees to ensure that food waste goes into a green can, or even better, it's provided to maybe food insecure. But I don't think it has quite that level of detail about the percentage maybe between what they generate and what they're going to, what's recycled. So there's not quite, I don't think we've quite developed that yet, but that's an area where we could look more closely in terms of, our total waste stream and try to see, are there mechanisms to try to, reduce one and increase others?
And my issue is we've only created the language, we haven't created the metric to actually be able to hold people accountable. We're judging them off of what we think, not off of something they can actually look at and say, this is the numbers that I'm supposed to hit. This is what it costs me or doesn't cost me. So we're just saying, you need to do this, and then we're going to come judge you on how much you did or didn't do. And so if I'm I'm sorry, I'll use Councilmember Cruz. She talked about her 64-gallon can. It's too big for her condo. However, one of the restaurants in town, they're going to give them a 1,000-gallon can. For a restaurant. I mean, what if they wanted a 64-gallon can, threw the few apples in it? Are they in compliance? Are they not? It's just not fair. There's no measurable amount, and that's what I'm trying to find is how do we hold them accountable, or how did they justify, yes, we are in compliance?
If I may, I think that the
disconnect is between the fact that SB 1383
is telling us we have to divert by a certain percent, and it is based on the size of the community. And so I think what I'm hearing you're asking for is, well, okay, I'm hearing that we as a community need to divert a certain amount in order to prevent greenhouse gas emissions, and emissions from landfills are one of the worst. But in addition to that, the other very important self-interest that we have as council members and as the JPA has for us is making sure that we prolong the life of that landfill as long as we possibly can. So I think that we're getting tied up, we're getting a little distracted because we don't know the answer of, okay, well, we know that the community has to divert by a certain percent, so how much does that restaurant have to divert? And we don't have the answer to that. We don't, and that's what we rely on Recology, and we're relying on Leslie and her staff to come up with those numbers so that we do the community education. And so it is a hard number because it's laid out in the bill. You're going to divert this much of a percentage from from landfills, but it takes a lot of more data than I think that we have to say, well then, okay, Cloverdale, that equals this many pounds of recyclables, and this equals this many pounds of green waste, and then, okay, restaurant over there, that means like that's your number. But I don't think that it's really not intended to do that. What it's intended to do really is to make people aware of the issue and change behavior. And as Leslie said, we have one of the best agencies in the state that's leading on this. So I think that we're kind of arguing about, like how many angels can dance on the head of the pin, because that's not really the issue. It's that, first of all, the item before us tonight is we have to be in compliance with Senate Bill 1383, whether we like it or not. It's state law, and we need to implement that update to our code. The thing that we need to do is approve that memorandum of understanding regarding SB 1383 with Zero Waste Sonoma, and we're the lucky ones. We are positioned, we are working with the JPA that is in the lead in the state, working with Cal Recycle. So we're in the best position that we possibly can be in. I think it's an absolutely valid point. It's like, oh my gosh, well, how do we know if that restaurant it's owned by my friend or owned, that's, that I've gone to for 25 years. I don't want them to get slapped with a fine. That's a fair question. But the likelihood is just very, very small because we are way ahead of the game in working with zero waste. And it's really about education, not using the stick. It's really about using the carrot. And so I think that, for that reason, I'm going to support this evening. So I think that it's a very, very positive thing for us to do. First of all, to be in compliance with state law, but as council members who represent our ratepayers, we heard very, very loud and clear that people were not happy with how we handled water rates. We kicked the can down the road and didn't take action. We need to take action in Sonoma County to protect and extend the life of our landfill as long as we possibly can. Because yes, we might see an increase in rates with Recology initially to implement SB 1383, but I think that pales in comparison when you look at how much it's going to cost when we have to truck trash out of this county. So that's why I think it's wise fiscally, it's wise environmentally, and I've been so impressed with my work and my exposure with zero waste. I know that they're going to implement this well, and I trust the city manager to negotiate a good contract with Recology. I think this is a win-win.
Thank you. Councilmember Cruz, please go ahead.
Yeah, I know that it is somewhat unnerving not to know the measurements per se, but the thing is that this is a measurement that it's going to be not necessarily agreed, but discussed between the hauler, the businesses or entities, and the JPA. All these entities will know how much they collect in the town, and that will determine what percentage of this waste is being disposed of in Cloverdale. And as Leslie mentioned, there are studies that are being conducted right now so that we can locally have a number or an amount of what it is expected in terms of what is the responsibility of Cloverdale as a whole. So it's not necessarily that the fines will come down as the first measure. No, there is continuing conversations and also investigation on how much each business has and how that collectively adds up in terms of Cloverdale compliance. So it's not easy to say a 60-gallon or a 62-gallon or a 64-gallon. It is something that is being assessed as of this time, and that's why there's so much money into the studies of what is the refuse that every business and every jurisdiction has. So I know it's not as defined in terms of numbers, but it cannot be because all jurisdictions are different. And for example, there's no way that we could really give any kind of restaurant residue to a nonprofit in Cloverdale because we don't have one to give every night. That is more applicable for larger cities like Santa Rosa and other places that have more restaurants and that also have more nonprofits that are actively working with people with food insecurity. So, there are many loopholes here, let's say, and that's why it's so important to have a JPA like Zero Waste, that it's really on top of it and much further ahead than very many other organizations in the state.
Member, I'm going to open up to public at this time. I see Leslie has her hand up. Jill, I would imagine she has more comments regarding this. Leslie, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to remind the council that the state regulation of the 75% diversion by 2025, that's a statewide goal. not a city goal or not a individual business goal. So as long as we make sure that the business is compliant in terms of that they have a the organics can, that their cans are all the right colors, that they have outreach and education, you know, that the audits are showing that they're doing, you know, a good enough job. The law does not specify that they have to, you know, compost 100% or 1%. It just says they have to have the bin, they have to be participating in the program. So I wanted to share that. And I also wanted to share that the state did give out funding this year. And so we collectively as a JPA got close to $700,000 for the implementation of 1383. And specifically for Cloverdale, we carved out $1,450 for collection, $8,000 just in education, $4,000 in marketing. So Cloverdale gets about $15,000 directly through us to your city to help with the implementation of SB 1383. And we should be receiving that money in April. And we'll definitely, you know, target the Cloverdale businesses that need to be in compliance.
Thank you, Leslie. Any other public comment? No more hands. We'll bring it back to the dais. Any further comments? Okay, let's run through these. Number 1, sure, please.
Attachment 1. Ordinance of the City of Cloverdale amending Title 8, Chapter 8.12 of the city's municipal code regarding collection, disposal, and processing of solid waste, recyclables, and organic waste and related activities.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Roll call, please.
Councilmembers Bagby?
Aye.
Paula?
Aye.
Cruz? Aye. Vice Mayor Walter? Mayor Lands?
Aye.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the approval of the memorandum of understanding regarding the implementation of SB 1383 regulations with zero waste Sonoma.
Second.
Councilmembers Paula?
Aye.
Bagby?
Aye.
Cruz? Aye. Vice Mayor Walter? Mayor Lands?
Aye. Thank you all. G1, under new business, presentation acceptance of the fiscal year 2020-2021 City of Cloverdale audited financial statements. Is that David or Susie?
Mayor, I'll start, and then we'll turn over to our finance director, and she can introduce our auditor tonight. So this is an annual item that we bring forward for the council's consideration. It's what we're bringing forward is the fiscal year 2021 audit of our financial statements. This is for the fiscal year that ended June 30th of 2021, so a little less than a year ago. This is, again, what we do annually is audit our financial statements using a third party or independent auditor. The auditor, confirms in the work of our finance team and preparation of our financial statements. Quite a bit of work goes into this audit by our finance team, Susie Holmes and Shannon Peterson, in terms of providing the documentation that's necessary to complete the audit. And council did select the auditor. Again, this is an independent auditor that we selected through a pretty robust proposal process. Cropper Accountancy was the firm that prepared the audited financial statements. And Susie, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you at this point to introduce the team and walk through the presentation that we have for council this evening.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to introduce John Cropper. He's the CPA
and the principal of Cropper Accountancy LLC, and he is the one who oversaw all of the audit. So I will turn it over to him.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
Okay, great. Well, Mayor Lands and council members, it's a pleasure to be here tonight to present your June 30, 2021 financial statement audit report. This is not the auditor's report. This is the city's report. And I'll, I can't see your eyes, so I'm going to hope that we got 15 minutes because I know it's a long meeting for you guys. I am going to try and share my screen, and I've got a small presentation that I'd like to present. So can you see my screen? Can somebody give me a thumbs up?
You're good.
Great. Okay. So we are a CPA firm in Walnut Creek. We do a lot of government. In fact, this month we're doing about 15 HUD audits. We like normally to be, and I'm sure Susie would agree with this, before the end of the year is kind of the time frame that we like to complete the audit report. But the thing is that COVID has actually delayed a lot of what's going on. I know everybody's kind of aware of that. So let me kind of go down through a couple key things here on the audit. One, hopefully, and I did see that you have the audit report, the final audit report in your packet. Page 1 of that audit report is our audit opinion. That's what the council pays us to do, is issue an opinion. So that's page 1. And if you read in there, you can see that you have an unmodified clean opinion, which is the most important thing. The financials are made up of, you've got the management discussion analysis, which is a good qualitative thing for people that aren't into numbers as much to kind of see how the city did. The city writes that. There's the audit opinion, there's the financial statements, and there's the notes. And then if you do an ACFR, used to be called the CAFR, then you have statistical sections. But that is not something that the GASB, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, requires. No, it's actually not authoritative. That's under the GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association. So you probably heard about those from others, and because it's a little bit more on the presentation, but the audit, it doesn't have any effect on that. The bullet 2 here, you can see on page 75, we do talk a little bit about internal controls and compliance and other matters. There's no significant, the auditors only really report on negative things. We can't say, oh, how great, it kind of feels like a negative report because, we only report and point out things that might be deficiencies. You have no deficiencies in this particular internal control and compliance. So I guess that's considered good. That said, from time to time, those things do come up and we do report it here. We did not audit your internal controls or your compliances. It's part of our planning process. And when we come upon certain internal controls, if we notice something, we would report it to you in this area. There's also, and by the way, that's kind of another way of saying the SAS 115 letter, which is the management letter. You don't have a required one this year. We did not have required entries that were made during the audit process that would require that. So far as the communication with those charged with governance, I don't think you have that letter in your packet. It's a letter that kind of goes down and explains a couple things. For example, what are the most sensitive things that happened in the audit? What kind of disclosures do the auditors think are the most important? I'll just briefly mention sensitive estimates. Obviously, depreciation can be all over the place depending on, your assets and, how you straight line and depreciate those assets. It's an estimate. When, for example, a sewer district would have, they're depreciating lines in the ground or those kinds of things. Sometimes they're over 100 years and then they break or what have you, but that would be an estimate depreciation. Also, the OPEB and pensions, GASB 68 and 75, you have an expert evaluation done every year that depending on the inputs for the valuation and how correct they are or not, your liabilities go up and down, as well as your deferred outflows and inflows, which is a fancy way of saying liabilities and assets that have different timings. So I'll skip off of that, and if you have questions, we can come back to that. So noteworthy stuff. If you looked at page 12, it's not easy, and I sympathize. It's not easy to read financial reports for cities. You've kind of got two sets of balance sheets and two sets of income statements. The first one is the statement of net position. Assets minus liabilities is kind of your fund balance or net position. That's page 12. That's the full accrual that a normal business would do. You on that particular statement of net position, which is, you have assets of about 119 million, liabilities of 21.6, as you can see on the screen, and then the net position of 99.7 million. And we break that up, and we'll go into a little more detail on what's in that net position. Most of it, as you can see, is your investment in your capital assets, net of the related debt. There is legally restricted amounts in there of 9 million, and you have actually a negative number for your unrestricted. That's kind of in the long run, and I emphasize this because what is not going to be in your general fund is fixed assets and your debt, okay? Those things are in the statement of net position, but in the governmental balance sheet, that's only the current assets and liabilities. So it's a little bit different, but I just want to bring that to your attention, and we can talk about that negative unrestricted number in a second as well. So you see on page 16, this is where the general fund is. You're probably all very familiar with it because it's kind of cash basis. You've got a budget that you're dealing with. It's an accrual basis, but it's a modified accrual, which means like within 60 days or those kinds of things are accrued, but anything long-term, it's left out of that. And there's a reconciliation that goes between the governmental funds and this statement of net position that's in the front, full accrual accounting. So this is kind of helping you measure the current economic resources. And the assets there are much smaller because I said it doesn't include your capital assets and a couple other things. You've got assets of 7.21 million there and liabilities of looks like a little over $1 million. And the fund balance there is 6.2 million. So if you look on page 16, you'll see, this unassigned fund balance is not negative, but it has almost $4 million in it, which is a good thing. And part of the reason why the statement of net position is negative, that 5, is because you're also accounting for the pension and things that are going to smooth out over time that you're not paying right away. So keep those thoughts. This is probably helpful from a visual standpoint. You can see the general fund balance comparison. The green is the unassigned. That's kind of like the checkbook balance. If somebody came to you as a council member and said, hey, how much money do we have available to spend? You'd kind of say, well, we got about 3.9, almost $4 million, and you're unassigned. Then you've got an assigned area, which is, I kind of think of that as, your budget stuff, and then you've got this committed amount here, which is encumbered by the board or by the council. Okay, so it's not that you can't unencumber it, because you can, but it's usually resolutions, and it's pretty concrete amounts that have been set aside to be spent. So there's a little picture there. I think you might have this in your packet as well, with some definitions at the end. And so here, Katie, who worked on this report in our office, she tried to make it easy, right? Here you go. You got a comparative financial statement, and you got green for good, you know, like the revenues coming in. You got red for bad, right? The expenses going out. Not that, you know, this is government wide, so it's not expenditures, it's actually expenses. So you can see the revenue, the general revenue year to year, a little higher, about 500 higher. Current year general revenue, 7.571. The program revenue, almost 10 million, 9.874. This is on, I think, page 13 of your financials. You can see the expenses. And then you ran a little bit of a deficit. We call it a change in net position. Last year, you were positive. So, you know, over time is how we measure how the city is doing, right? So you don't want to necessarily save a ton of money, you know, because it's government's intended to take the money in and provide services and you know, spend the money. So you can see your net position at the beginning of the year was a little over 100 million, and then it was almost 100 million at the end, with the ending net position being 99,699,659. So that's kind of a nutshell there. And like I say, if you want to look at these numbers and see how they tie in to page 13 in the financials, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a feel. You know, this is a short presentation. It's a long night for you guys. Here's the general fund, right? And we don't really call it a profit and loss income statement. We call it in government. This one's called the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. So that's the more current economic resources. And you'll see the revenues of 7.8. You can compare it, it's a little higher than the prior year, 7.4, almost 5. You can see expenditures actually went down slightly, about 7.492 this year, last year 7.5 and change. And then your revenue exceeded the expenditures by a little over 300,000, 337,000. And the transfers in were 783,000. So your change in the fund balance actually increased 1.1 million. And you add that to the beginning 5 million that you had, and your ending fund balance is about 6.2. And noted in your reading through your MD&A, your management discussion analysis, one of the things that Susie put in there I thought was kind of interesting is she compared that ending fund balance to how much you're spending every year. And you're covering about 80%, 82%, I think it said in your MD&A. So there's a little chunk that you can chew on if you're trying to look at, you know, maybe how a guy that's gonna help you with some debt or floating some debt, he would probably look at, you know, how much revenue or how much expense you got covered in your fund balance to see your fiscal position. Yeah, there's some definitions there. I'm going to stop and ask if you have any questions, and I'm going to ask if Susie wanted to add anything that she thought maybe was important that I might have missed on my brief presentation here tonight.
You have 14 minutes. Good job.
I really don't have anything more to add. I do have some things that I wanted to elaborate on. Some of the expenses and the revenues from this year and last year, comparing those, I just want to remind council that at the beginning of the year, there were a lot of projects that were not completed, and we pushed those to this year, right? So the expenses happened in one year, and the revenues, like the grant revenues, would come in afterwards. So some of the expenses that we had, we might have got the grant revenue in the following year. So it's when you compare the two and you see that they're so close, I mean, one was a negative, one was positive, it's a pretty good sign that everything is going the way we expect it to. It's just that there are timing issues with revenue and expenses.
Okay. I hope there wasn't a question in there for me because I couldn't really get it. Sorry.
Councilmember Cruz, would you like to go first with any comments? Councilmember Bagby?
Just thank you, and it's a pleasure working with you. We're look forward to working with you for the next couple of years.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just got one question, and I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it because I want everybody else to know. So reading this, it almost sounds like we got almost $4 million that we can kind of, in the bank, that we can go spend. And I know that's not the case, but that's kind of how it came out because I had a lot of ideas how we could spend it. But I thought maybe you might want to elaborate a little bit about that 3.9 million that's sitting there yeah.
So if I understand the question correctly, and if I can, actually, I can share. I think I can actually share where I think this question is. So let me see how lucky I get here with my my skills, right? Okay, I'm gonna try and bring over the financial statements.
While he's doing that, I'll just mention that
the amounts that he talked about, some were committed, some were assigned, and some were unassigned. The unassigned are really what we have that are available to spend. The assigned are the amounts that we have set aside for specific things, like police vehicles and equipment and things like that. And I think that was, I forget, 1 point something million. And then the largest chunk is are committed, and that's the amounts that we set aside based on our policy, our surplus policy, so that we don't get into a situation where we were in 2008, where it was devastating, right? And so we came up with this policy so that we would always have, at a minimum, 17% reserve in the general fund and another 8% for emergency surplus. I'm sorry, I'm not remembering.
No, and I appreciate that explanation. I just posed the question because when it came out, it was more like sitting in the bank and, you know, uncommitted, and I knew that it was a little bit deeper than that. And I wanted the public to know that. Thank you.
So while I was finding that, was that Susie talking?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just went, Susie, to the balance sheet, page 16 here, and you'll see this 6.203600. That's the total fund balance, and we're in the governmental current resources. This does not have any of your debt on this balance sheet, does not have any of your fixed assets, like your pensions, no long-term stuff, okay? So you see here, and we had a graph earlier, the unassigned portion is of that 6.2 is 3.985. We kind of talked about that number in the presentation. And then there was a smaller assigned amount and then a committed amount. And we just kind of left out the non-spendable, it's like prepaids and stuff like that off of the presentation. But this unassigned amount is kind of like your checking, it's like your checking book. right? I mean, after everything, all the receivables come in, which is an accrual basis, and all your payables go out, you're left with a number. And it's broken down, this 6.2 million. Some of it's committed by you and some of it isn't. The part that is not committed is this 3.985. Now, I did kind of share with you that on a long-term full, on your statement of net position, which is your balance sheet for the entire city, which has your proprietary funds and all that, it's a negative number overall, okay? But that's got your pension commitments and all those kinds of things. So this is current economic resources that we're looking at. And then we've got another balance sheet that's more long-term looking. Did I get that question close? I'm apologizing because I...
Very well, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that money, though it may be unassigned, it really is committed. And I wanted to just make sure that was clearly explained to our community, because it's an important thing for them to understand that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. That's a very important area to understand the fund balance and what's been committed. And clearly Susie has all that knowledge. If you have to, I'm always available to talk, but she's right there, so.
Mayor, members of the council, if I can, the management discussion analysis on page 3 of the report identifies that the general fund balance did increase, approximately, well, not approximately, it was exactly $1,121, $1,121,185 over the prior year balance. Our next step, once and assuming council accepts the report, is to bring back in accordance with our reserve policy, a discussion about that increase and placing it in the various reserve accounts that council has established. Those reserve accounts are vital for our future financial viability. So in essence, what you're doing is you're moving them from unencumbered to committed for anticipated future expenses related to vehicle purchases, unplanned leave balances, and a host of other things that are really prudent that you set those funds aside, because if you didn't, it could create a financial impact later. So while it seems like you have this money there, and to an extent it is your checking account, we still, a certain amount of that we are going to be asking council to place into reserve accounts for future emergencies, and also to continue building up our fund reserve so that we establish those minimum reserve levels that this council has established. And those are really best practices that council has established to ensure that we're prepared, not a matter of when, or not a matter of if, a matter of when that day comes when we have an unexpected expense, and we're prepared and ready to address those emergencies. The other aspect too that's not necessarily reflected in the financial statements is the timing of expenses and the timing of our revenues. And it's important to have that cash, from my perspective, to enable us to, often what we are doing throughout the year is we're floating our expenses on our checking account until we get that revenue in from our property tax, our real sales tax customers.
I don't want to leave you with the impression that you're a cash basis. These are not cash basis financial statements. They're definitely GAAP basis, right? You're right. There is timing that happens on when you get your your payments in for taxes, or from the county or the state. And Susie knows this, but amounts are accrued and they're in your receivables and they're in your payables, using June 30, 2021 as a cutoff. And I'll also like to comment on what you said about essentially reserving for the day that you have to buy a truck, or, you know, asset replacement funds, right? It's not uncommon in government to have an asset replacement fund. And in the back of your financials, you'll have a bunch of special revenue funds and capital projects funds that they add up and come to the front to the other governmental column. My presentation did not talk about special revenue and capital project funds. And, you know, Susie can tell you better what you've prepared for on a rainy day fund, because those are reserved for whatever purpose those are. I will say that years ago, when they came up with GASB 54, we talked about committed and assigned and all those things. They wanted to get away from people hiding funds. They wanted all the citizenry to know where the money is and where to go to look for it. And it should be where we just went, that 6.2 million, I think, or 2.3. That's where it should be, but you can see under GASB 54, and it's explained in your, I think it's like page 30 in your footnotes, what assigned is, what committed is, and how that all relates. But when you have special revenue funds, it's set aside for that purpose. Anyhow, I hope I'm not confusing things. But
Done very well, thank you.
Okay.
But, you know, Susie can help you through that. She understands clearly what revenue.
I was known as a fiscal canary in my prior life, and this is a conservative budget where we appreciate it, we understand how it works, and I'm going to open up to the public comments. Seeing none there. Any attendees, no hands in the Zoom audience, so we'll bring it back to us. Any final comments from the council? We have a motion.
So I'd like to move that we accept the fiscal year 2021 City of Cloverdale audit financial statements.
Second.
Roll call when ready, please.
Councilmember Paula?
Aye.
Councilmember Bagby?
Aye.
Councilmember Cruz? Vice Mayor Walter? Mayor Lands?
Aye. Thank you, John. I appreciate your presentation. That was at a third grade level, which is what we need.
I hope to be there next year. It's a bad time of year for CPAs, but I hope to be there in December. Hopefully, we'll have this for you earlier.
Thank you.
Okay. If you guys don't mind, I want to move G3 up, since the next one is just us, and go to G3, which is discussion of annual cannabis permit fees. David, or do we just want to jump to Aaron and Diana?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'll be happy to introduce this item and our guests this evening. The item before you is a presentation that's coming from the Cloverdale cannabis industry. We have Ms. Erin Gore as well as Diana Schreiner here tonight on behalf of the industry that's going to walk us through a presentation and give us an overview of really what requests that they're making to make some adjustments to our current cannabis regulations. Most specifically, they're asking for a change in the current tax structure as it relates to Measure P, which was adopted by the voters of Cloverdale and enacted by the council by resolution by setting the excise tax rate. In addition to the excise tax rate, there are some other changes that the presentation is going to cover tonight that reflect on language that was included in the ordinance that was introduced by the council and adopted by the voters. And I know Alex can weigh in on some of those proposed changes and what would be required. I did want to note that in your packet is a copy of the presentation. And I also included today, just for council's use a decision framework, really outlining the requests that were made by the cannabis industry in their presentation. I would direct you to that just so that as you're walking through the presentation, you can kind of weigh in on your matrix where you might land relative to the changes that I think the cannabis industry is going to introduce tonight. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Gore, and I want to say she's worked. She brought this to our attention and worked collaboratively with the local industry representatives and discussed this with staff, brought it forward to the Finance, Admin, and Police Subcommittee, which was then directed to hear tonight for council's consideration.
Thank you. Can you guys put it up? I didn't bring my computer. Well, it died 2 hours ago, actually, but. And I appreciate you, Mayor Lance, moving this up. My babysitter, I have to leave at 9. I have a hard stop because of my babysitter, so. Thank you. I'm also really happy to talk about tax reduction when I saw the general fund budget increase by $1.2 million. So I'd like that noted for the record. Is it in the packet?
It's in the packet. Let's
Pull up the packet.
see if I can do share screen here.
Kevin has it. Maybe he can share it.
I'm not hooked up.
Maybe you guys should have IT training. Just kidding.
We keep taxes at 4.5%.
Open
we can afford
wound,
one.
too sore, too early. Sorry, I had to find some amusement in city council for 3 hours.
If I can bring it up here 1 second. All right.
Page 3,422. Just kidding. Here we go. All right. Thank you very much for having us here tonight. Diana and I are here on behalf of the industry. I apologize, I lost my voice earlier today. So we put together this presentation to just give you a state of the industry update. The industry is in a state of distress. I just want to be here and give you some overview of what's happening. We have some very clear asks that we think are achievable for council tonight. So we have a very clear, specific request. We also have a couple things that we'd like to put on notice. We understand they can't be addressed tonight, but we want to make sure you're aware of the challenges they create for us, and we look forward to the discussion. So basically, I don't know how many people know or don't know, but the cannabis industry is in a free fall right now. It's in a state of extreme distress. Flocana is actually liquidating all assets. They raised $185 million in Hopland. I heard today 2 more distributors in Santa Rosa are laid off all their employees and are closing their doors. So the industry is not in a good place. The price of flower dropped last year from $900 to $250 when I made this presentation. Now it's $125 a pound. So the industry is in complete free fall. Another thing to note, we actually got no COVID relief. So we had no PPP loans, we had no COVID relief loans, we had no tax relief from the state. The state actually increased our taxes effective January 1st. So it's a very difficult time to be in the cannabis industry. What we're asking for, if you all remember, you set a gross tax receipt of 4.5%, irrespective of the type of business. It was a flat rate on gross receipts. As part of the council directive with Measure P. What we'd like to do is we'd like to change the tax structure to provide immediate relief to the Cloverdale cannabis community. What we're asking you to do is mirror best practice across the state, specifically in Santa Rosa, where we'd like to tier the tax rates to the primary type of licenses. We understand in Cloverdale there's a lot of micro business licenses, but we act primarily as a predominant type of license and we report taxes accordingly. So what we'd like to do is we'd like to ask for the tax rate to decrease from 4.5% as an aggregate to 3% for cultivation, 1% manufacturing, 1% distribution, and 3.5% retail. One thing to note is retail can and cannot be passed on to consumers. So there are retailers who absorb those tax rates from the retail business, and there's retailers who pass that tax on to the consumer. I sell Garden Society products in over 230 stores across the state. I would say about 90% of them pass that on to the consumer. It's a consumer tax. When it's a tax across other aspects of the supply chain, it is not a consumer tax. It directly hits our bottom line. So it's a tax that we absorb directly as business owners. We cannot pass it on even to people we sell product to. So I think it's really important to understand that, because I think it's really important as you think about the excise tax. I know it's a consumer-driven tax in your mind of how it was set, and how it's actually implemented is not, and I think it's a really imperative time for change. One thing I'll say is there's a lot of conversations in the cannabis industry locally about leaving Cloverdale because the tax rate is so high, and nearby there's very substantially lower tax rates, and we need all the relief we can get at this point. So not to be threatening, but it's just the reality that we face. None of us want to do that, but it is specific to currently what we're going through. Mendocino has a flat tax fee of $2,500. Santa Rosa, the tax rate's 2% for cultivation, 1% for manufacturing, 0% for distribution, 3% for retail. So as you notice, what we propose is a little bit above Santa Rosa, just for the spirit of trying to be a good player in the community here in Cloverdale. Now that I saw the general fund, I probably would recommend the Santa Rosa tax rates instead of what we proposed. Cotati, again, absolutely mirrors Santa Rosa because it's recognized across the state as a best practice. The County of Sonoma actually has a kind of wonk tax rate, to be honest. They tax on a square foot for canopy, 3% manufacturing, 0% retail, 0% distribution, 2% retail. And then you can see San Rafael is similar. One thing I'd like to know is that other industries in Cloverdale are not taxed like this. So I think it's really imperative that you recognize this is not a normal business tax. This is not a normal alcohol excise tax. This is not a normal timber tax. This is something very dramatically higher than any other industry and very specific to cannabis, which we find needs to be changed. The precedence for change is current and real, so all of these communities have suspended or dramatically reduced their tax within the last 3 months. Sonoma County suspended all tax payments for the next 6 months. Humboldt County suspended all tax payments. All the rest of these reduced dramatically. San Francisco also suspended all tax payments to try to give the industry some stabilization. So the time is now, the precedent has been set, and this is normal. And then this was set by Measure P, but Measure P does allow City Council to change the rate. So Measure P was structured so it was a voter initiative that said the rate cannot exceed 10%, and the City Council sets the rate. So you have the ability to change the rate to whatever you appeal to it to be. Just a couple other notes about problems we see with the current process and the current tax structure. So we pay taxes monthly. We deal with Susie all the freaking time. We lose this, we do this, we do this. It's like really a big burden. We have to like go down to the bank, and the bank fucking closes early, and oh God, it's like such a mess. And anyway, we would love to pay our taxes quarterly like every other business can do. I think it would reduce the burden for everybody, the city and the operators. This was part of Measure P, so you do not have the directive to change it, but I just would like it noted for the record that we would like to change this. It's voter specific, so well, I don't know if we'll get it done or not, but next slide. The other thing we'd like to do is we'd like to reduction in the late fee. The late fee, if you're 1 day late, is 25%. Then it becomes 50%. This is just really evil, quite honestly. There's a lot of reasons a person can be late, and this is really unbelievable. As you guys know, I have a family wine business. The TTB and the alcohol tax structure is not like this in any way. The tobacco tax structure is not like this. The firearms tax structure is not like this. So this is just really, really inappropriate. We ask for 1% late fee. That's the normal rate across any other business. So next slide. Again, that's part of Measure P, so it's not changed by the council. And then final, our last ask is that we really think it's really important to address the war on drugs and the impact that the war on drugs had on communities of color, specifically here in Cloverdale and in northern Sonoma County, specifically also with regards to mental health and the unhoused population. So, I really challenge the city to look at how we can use the cannabis tax funds to address those that we are profiting off of and those that have been harmed by the war on drugs, and how we can really use this to bring more equitable opportunity to our community. So that is my presentation. Anything you want to add?
Hi, everyone. On this last point, also enforcing the rules that are already here would help us a lot, would help the whole industry as a whole. Because I think the reason we're in a free fall at this point is because, you know, the legacy market, just a lot of rules aren't being followed, and it's. I think if we could use some of that money to kind of check up on everybody, make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, would be helpful for those of us that are doing it right.
Yes. Questions? Can they ask us questions? What is order of operations here? Can
You stand right there, and we're going to run around and ask questions from
Okay.
everyone. I'm just seeing who wants to go first.
I don't mind.
Okay, please go ahead.
Well, vocabulary word for the day, I think on the slide where you're talking about the reduction in late fee penalty for Measure P, I think the word draconian is what you were looking for.
Yes.
But it's a late
unfortunately,
night.
It's part of Measure P, so we can't change it.
Yeah.
But it's very draconian.
Yeah,
And
I think
there's
that,
100 reasons, like your person's out sick and they can't make it to the bank, and all of a sudden you pay a 25%
So,
late fee. It's like really archaic.
Councilmember, so we looked at Measure P and what it says, and it does authorize the council to make changes as long as it wouldn't increase the tax rate. So we would look at it a little bit more, but we think we could, if the council directed that, the penalty could be changed without having to go back to the voters.
yeah, and I guess that's what I'm probably looking for from staff as well, is, I guess, sorry to put Erin on the spot, but I know she has a babysitter and we got to get moving along. So I'm just, maybe you can answer this very quickly. Are there any of these asks that Erin is claiming would not require us to go back to the voters? Is she wrong about any of those?
No, we think that council could change, set up a tiered excise tax, change the payment schedule, and reduce the penalty without going back to the voters. It would require coming back to the council with an ordinance.
Right, and I think that's kind of consistent with what I saw in the staff report. So, but I just wanted to ask it to make sure that all of the requests are basically within our power to just go ahead and make it the
But
council
can we
level.
just ask for clarification? The tax rates can be changed without an ordinance modification, correct?
Correct.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the distinction. Okay, we'll wait for, that was my main question.
And Mayor, members of council, I just want to point to this matrix here. I tried to frame up the request tonight with identifying the requested revisions, the process for modification, and then seeking your direction on those proposed changes. Included this in your packet for your review, but posting up here. So what we've identified is the changes that have been requested by the cannabis industry and excise tax rates. What would be necessary would be to bring back a resolution that resets those rates. And again, you have the flexibility to adjust them between 0 and 10%. You could literally not charge anything if you felt, but you could charge as high as 10%. That's counter to, I think, the request this evening. The direction we would need would be to make that change and bring it back for council's consideration. One thing that you may want to look at in doing so is kind of what's the fiscal impact, what's the revenue impact. If you want to make those changes, then we can certainly bring that back as part of that discussion, or alternatively, you could refer it back to subcommittee, but I know there's a sense of urgency being expressed tonight. And then likewise, the two changes that were identified do require a change in the ordinance, and of course that's, like we did tonight, requires introduction and ultimately adoption. Based on the city attorney's analysis, it looks like there's some flexibility there. It doesn't, I know my initial analysis was enacted by the voters, requires voter change, but City Attorney Mogg did find that there's a provision that allows for some modifications to the ordinance. So it appears we want to analyze that if council decides to move forward. A little bit of background, one on the change to the payment schedule. I think initially, if my recollection serves me well, the council, did deliberate this during the development of the ordinance, and there was a concern, I think, at the time that there would be a lot of maybe cash that would be accumulated by the cannabis industry, and this was a mechanism to ensure that that cash kind of gets put into a safe place relatively quickly. Staff did develop a process for that where the deposits are made directly at the bank. I don't necessarily see an impact if council decides to make that change to quarterly. It does reduce some of the reporting requirements, but council may want to deliberate on the security aspects, because I think that was one of the underlying or underpinnings of why monthly. And likewise, the late fee penalty is fairly significant. It is 25%, and we just to note, staff has applied. There is some room for discretion on a one-time basis, and we have applied that. We've tried to be flexible. I know sometimes things happen, and but we understand that there is a request to change, so that can be accomplished. The last item, just wanted to mention that the request was to allocate cannabis tax revenue to equity community-based programs. Really, I think that's a conversation for council during the budget process, is how do you want to allocate Measure P funds, and what purposes you would like to utilize them for. It's general fund revenue. It goes into the general fund. It doesn't necessarily, it's not directly allocated to the police department. So it's at your discretion on how you'd like to consider those funds within your budget, just like you do with other general funds revenue, whether property tax, retail sales, or even TOT. So if you want to kind of earmark it to a specific purpose, you can do that, or it's kind of part of your decision making on budget. You can council does make determinations to use it for equitable-based purposes, like you did tonight. You allocated $75,000 or approved a funding agreement with La Familia Sana for $75,000 for what I would call an equity program. So anyways, I just wanted to, this might help guide your conversation tonight.
Paula?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick comments. And, first of all, that's one of the reasons I wanted clarification on that big surplus, is it showed of our general fund.
I was teasing.
Yeah, I know you were, but a lot of people really believe that there is a cushion there, and I think we're on a pretty tight budget. So I just wanted to make sure I clarified that. And when we went back with Measure P way back when, part of that was for code enforcement. And that was a big deal at the time, to make sure that the rules were being followed. So it is unfortunate that apparently, if I heard you correctly, they're not. So that really needs to be revisited, and we really need to have a program, because that was a big deal when we talked about setting that 4.5 tax rate. And the other part was for education. That was another component of that. So we need to revisit that. I really believe that was one of the bases what we spoke heavily about when we adopted that 4.5%. But what I'd like to see staff come back, because I certainly am sensitive to the situation that the industry's in, but I also want to know what this all means in numbers. So going down from a 4.5 to a 3% for cultivation, what does that mean dollar-wise based on our annual? And down to a 1%, 1%, and 3.5. I'd like it broken down so we could see what that means from past collections, what that would mean generate for future.
To be clear, Council Paula, your staff isn't sophisticated enough to be able to do that analysis the way the tax reporting is happening.
And that's what I'm asking them to do.
Well, let me explain, please. So Susie doesn't have the information she needs to complete that analysis, the way the tax is reported, because she doesn't know. It's a flat tax. So she doesn't know what tax is collected from a retail, what tax is collected from a distributor, what tax is collected from a micro business, and within that micro business, what channel of revenue that money came from. Like it's a very sophisticated calculation that requires a lot of business intelligence that Susie doesn't have in the previous tax reportings. So you would have to go to each individual, I do these tax reportings myself, so like Susie knows I know this shit. So you'd have to go to each individual business and get a full P&L and then create an analysis from the P&L to backtrack what channel of revenue did that revenue come from. Because the way you're thinking about it right now is you're thinking about it as a flat tax. So what my recommendation would be, you could do that, but the reality that you're facing is we're going to leave. We're going to move to Santa Rosa where there's a
Certainly,
zero tax.
that's an option. I'm not
So
suggesting
my
you do.
suggestion would
Please,
be-
May I finish, please?
Sure, sir.
Thank you. No, I really hear what you're saying, and I'm not anti what you're saying. What I'm asking for is that the best that you can do within your parameters. I'd like to have this broken down because
She
it'll
doesn't
help
have
me.
the information to do that, do you? She can't do that.
So then Aaron, the two of you can work together and get that information
But
for
I'm
us,
not,
right?
I mean, that's a lot to ask of the industry to open up our books. Like, I think you can put it where you can calculate, you can do a tax rate like this, and you can calculate an income by tax rate, where you can put on the form, what's your income per each channel, and then you submit that to the city. I mean, I'm happy to do the math. We've done the math. We did it with Kevin. Like, we've done the math. It's just like, that's a lot to ask of an industry in free fall. I'm not a consultant. I'm just trying
Councilmember
to run my
Cruz, do you have any
business.
questions? Councilmember Cruz?
Mr. Mayor, I wasn't quite done.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please go
That's
ahead.
okay. Thank you. And thank you, Aaron. I really appreciate it.
I'm just trying to provide the reality.
I'm asking the best that you can do. I want to know what the numbers are. So if you can't break them down by category, you can break it down by what anticipated, what you received, taking these the best you can do. Because it's really important that we kind of go into this with our eyes open. If we're taking out $350,000 or $500,000 from our general fund, then we need to know that, potentially. And what does that mean to our operation is where I'm going with this question. I'd like that input when you come back. That helps us try to figure out how we're going to balance the budget.
So, and I just want to give a little more context for how this works. So I understand your point. In good faith, I will work with Susie and give her the information she needs to do this analysis. I'm happy to send you you could buy Garden Society product at Red Door as a thank you for my free consulting on this. That would be great. The way this works is like retail only has so many people through the door. Okay, so like Red Door's revenue potential, it's going to grow here and there, but like Red Door sees like how many people a day? Best day, worst day?
Probably between 75 and 100.
Best day, worst day, 75, call it 150 people, okay? So her revenue income is like this, okay? So her tax rate's like this, and that's a consumer tax rate. When you're doing manufacturing and distribution and cultivation, when you're doing cultivation, you're capped by size. It's an acre size, right? Or it's whatever it is in the ordinance size. So your revenue potential is like this because you're only able to make and sell so much product, and that product is in free fall right now. When you're doing manufacturing and distribution, your revenue potential is like this because you're actually making and selling product and you're sending it across the state. So we're in a hyper growth mode as a company. This is very personal to me. My investors are encouraging me to move as fast as possible out of Cloverdale. We're in a hyper growth mode. Our revenue is uncapped, unlike retail, because we're not a people through the door based business or delivery based business. We're not limited by the size of our operations because of the ordinance. So cultivation and retail have a higher tax rate because their revenue potential is capped. Manufacturing and distribution have a much lower tax rate because they have much higher revenue and much bigger growth potential. So you see cities doing this because 1% on $30 million is very different than 3.5% on $300,000. So the problem with your logic, I understand your logic and why you want to do this, but you need to actually encourage the middle of the business because those are the growth businesses that are going to drive long-term tax potential and tax cash to the city, right? And so if you don't do that, I'm not threatening, I'm just being very transparent and honest. I'm a very honest person. You guys know me intimately at this point. So if you don't tier the tax basis is on this, regardless of the immediate impact to the general fund, I understand that. But you're missing the concept of how the industry works. And the idea that manufacturing and distribution are high growth, large dollar, big volume businesses, and they need to have a lower tax rate, just like every other type of industry, versus retail is retail. Whether you sell cannabis products or you sell clothes or you sell beer at a liquor store, there's only so many people through the door. And that's your retail landscape, right? And the same with cultivation, farming's farming. So I just think it's important to understand that. So the problem with your request is that Susie's going to have to predict out in 3 years, what's the revenue potential of Garden Society on a 1% tax basis versus a 4.5% tax basis. And I don't know if I'm comfortable sharing that into public knowledge, first off. And second of all, like, that's not the question on the table. The question on the table is in 3 years, that 4.5 tax basis, like, my business is not profitable and I'm not here. That's the question on the table. So, like, it's very clear that you guys understand this, that it's not about what's the impact in the next 3 months to the general fund, because we can do that. Like, if you want to tier it, you could tier it. You could do it a bunch of different ways. But this is, do you want long-term cannabis here, providing tax to the city in a sustainable way or not?
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So if I'm hearing you correctly, the retail market is in the free fall as well?
Everything's in the free fall.
Okay, and what do you attribute that to? We talked at the last police subcommittee, we had this presentation.
Yeah.
Share with us, what do you think is causing that? And then I'm going to ask the chief to give his perspective on what's going on.
Sure. I contribute the free fall of the market to 4 factors. I contribute to a rampant illicit market because of the impact of local control, the lack of retailers. In Cloverdale, there's only so many retailers you allowed. There's not 20 retailers. In Healdsburg, there's none. In Windsor, there's none, right? So people are still shopping on the illicit market rampantly, okay, everywhere. The other reason for they shop on the illicit market is because of tax rates. So here, to buy product in Cloverdale, you pay a 15% state excise tax, then you pay an 8.7% sales tax, then you pay a 4.5% Cloverdale tax, and the taxes are cumulative. You pay tax on tax on tax, right? Like, you are not just paying a tax for this and a tax for this and a tax for this. And these are general people, and these are people buying their medicine. So are you going to go buy a brownie from Grandma Joe if you have $50? Because the third reason I attribute it to is inflation and limited wallet share from people. Everybody is pinched. You feel it at the gas station, you feel it at the grocery store, and then everybody's coming off COVID, right? So you have the COVID impact, and you have inflation, you have overtaxation, and you have local control driving the illicit market. And so if your choice is to take your $50 and buy 1 chocolate from Garden Society or buy 10 brownies from JoJo next door, you're going to buy 10 brownies from JoJo next door because this is your medicine. This isn't necessarily your, like, bottle of vodka, go to a party on Friday night. This is how you sleep. This is how you manage your pain.
You said that the state was going to be increasing their tax?
The state increased their cultivation tax by 7%. So it's Proposition 64 is enacted by the voters. So it has 2/3 legislative body that requires change. So we're 100% actively working on state change. Who knows if it's going to happen? Newsom's not really supportive of the cannabis industry. So, you know, we have to go. You can see the progress and the compassion we've received from local jurisdictions with how many people have made an impact and how many, like, you know, my brother-in-law, Supervisor Gore, like, they suspended tax payments in Sonoma County because everybody was in such a state of distress and they recognized that they needed to provide immediate relief to the industry. So they suspended them. We're not asking for suspension. We're asking for changes so it's long-term sustainable and it's realistic and it mirrors what the industry needs.
And Alice, we have the authority, if we go ahead and reduce these in 2 years from now, we decide all of a sudden everything's taken off and want to tweak them up a little bit, we can do that.
Yes, subject to the 10% cap.
Yeah, you can always change it later.
Chief, can you share with us Aaron's concerns about lack of enforcement? And I'm not sure if it's in the county, if it's in the city, but do you see any more uptick in illegal grows going on in the city?
No, is there an answer to that? And I'll just add that a lot of, not a lot of, because we don't get a lot of calls. Let me add that too about the cannabis industry here in the city of Cloverdale. What we do get, and I'm familiar with, are complaint-driven calls. And by that I mean somebody's calling indicating that potentially there's an ordinance violation on a specific business. I personally have responded to one. What I found that was happening a lot is, at least in one case, there's a misunderstanding of the ordinance, and that was remedied relatively quickly by a site visit. I have also been to Aaron's site, very well done, sophisticated business, and we just don't get a lot of calls. What I will say on the compliance is we have at least
to my knowledge, one, if not two, and maybe Kevin can help because I think he assisted on this, state inspector come in and we, our lieutenant, and I think Kevin was a part of that, participated in going to the businesses to ensure compliance with state regulations. But I do know that we have a code enforcement officer now for the city, and this may be very beneficial for compliance as we move forward. To answer your question, we have not necessarily gone to the businesses for compliance checks, and they are normally based on calls generated for complaint.
But we've had, we get an inspection every quarter. So I mean, I know you're relatively new, but Kevin comes in every quarter and inspects us. We get shit tons of inspections from the city. So I just kind of disagree because I know we're backing that off because it was spending way too much money, but HDL and police and Kevin show up once a quarter and inspect us, just for what it's worth. So I don't think what we're talking about is the good operators. I think what we're talking about is not the good operators, right?
Also, I live out in the country, and there's a lot of illegal grows all over, big ones, hoop houses and greenhouses that I know aren't permitted, and I don't know who. I know it's not you guys that are supposed to be,
it's
checking
county.
for those. It's county, but that's where this is coming from. And these, we don't even call them black market. We call it the legacy market, original market. These guys are right there at the price without the tax. So they're just selling, they look at the legal market and they say, oh, you guys are selling this for $10 plus tax, we'll just sell it for 10. And they have really good packaging. It looks real. I mean, it's got the California stamp on it. It's really sophisticated. And this is what, if someone's looking for medicine and it's half the, it's like 2/3 of the price, it's a lot cheaper. That's what we're fighting against here. As well as, I mean, it seems easy for everyone to come and check on us. I have this garbage can I'm supposed to throw everything into that, anything that expired. And I have to keep a record of everything that went into the garbage can, and I have to destroy it and mix it with sawdust and, so no one can touch it. And it seems like that's so ridiculous when we've got this. I mean, it seems like the illicit market is they're just going for it. Mm-hmm. I'll be honest, I have 2 kids. One is in the legal, one not so, and guess which one went to Hawaii on vacation? Just saying. It's you must know. It's all over.
It's everywhere.
And it's really hard for us to explain, when people come in, why do I have to, especially medical patients, I'm constantly trying to find stuff, that, and not mark it up 100%, give it to these people that I know need it at a good price because it really helps them. It's incredible. I didn't think it would work this well. It's working really well on that end, but yeah. So.
Great, thanks. Well, thanks for the, I feel like I just got, and you're going to be late for your babysitter, I apologize. I feel like I just got an MBA level lesson in, what this business is about and what it really means to the community. And I just, I'll just remind council and, anyone who's still watching and not watching something far more entertaining on Amazon. Cloverdale was a leader on this issue, and it was before Prop 64. And I want to just remind the council that we were a leader on this, and we started the process because of compassionate care, because we wanted to make sure that kids with epilepsy had access to cannabis, that people who were terminally ill had access to improve their lives and improve their sleep. And I think that what that did is it put us ahead of the curve. And it put us ahead of the curve. And honestly, our ordinance were stolen, and I'm so glad that it happened, were taken and used as examples for people across California, for cities across California.
I'm guilty of that. I copied and pasted it to
And
17 cities.
You're probably our best. Yeah, exactly. You're probably our, and so I think that for that reason alone, we have to be cognizant of the fact that because we were ahead of the curve, that we now are really in need of making modifications for the industry. So it's time to normalize the cannabis industry and not, kind of finally let the punitive nature of a lot of the implementation just kind of fall away. We need to remove the draconian measures
And we need to advocate for enforcement, because the enforcement issue, it's not within the city of Cloverdale, it's those illegal grows, and it's so that we need to be advocating for that at the county level and the state level for enforcement. To me, I mean, the last time I was on Finance Police Subcommittee, we're talking about a couple $100,000 a year in revenue. And it's great because you sit there and you watch those numbers like go up and up and up, and that's great. We knew going into this, this is gravy money. This is not hardcore revenue that we were depending on for police. We, and I think rightfully so, designated it's not required that we spend the revenue on police, but because our police chief, who was a cancer survivor for a long time and finally succumbed to cancer, he was one of the biggest supporters of moving this forward. And I think it was out of respect to him that a lot of the earmarking of the funds went to the police. And so it may be time to kind of change that. It's not a hard and fast rule, but it's a policy. So to me, though, when I look at how much revenue we get from cannabis, it's extra. The most important thing about the cannabis industry of Cloverdale are the people who are here, and the businesses and the jobs that you provide.
I'd like to say that in my company, I've added 28 jobs to Cloverdale, and I pay a minimum of $21 an hour living wage to people.
Yeah.
So if you think about that job can stay or that job can go, and that's like the truth of what we're looking at.
Yeah. I don't look at that as a threat. I look at that as you're telling the truth.
No, I'm not trying to be threatening.
To me, from a perspective as a policymaker who has to set the community up for success and be business friendly, and I value the jobs more than I value the revenue, to be perfectly honest. And so, we could ask them. It's like, okay, show us your P&L so we can do that. Projection to find out, how much are we actually, if we change something from 4% to 1% or from 4% to 3%, I don't think that matters. I think it's a great question to ask, but personally, I don't think it matters, because I think that the jobs and the culture and the future of the industry staying in Cloverdale is more important to me than the revenue. And it's underscored by the fact that the county is suspending all payments for now, because they recognize that this is an emergency situation. When COVID hit, we rallied around our restaurants, we rallied around our businesses. Our cannabis industry was not eligible for any of that federal aid. So I think tonight, it's incumbent on us, if we want to keep our locally grown businesses and our local jobs, we need to step up and say this industry is a priority, and we want to keep them here in Cloverdale for years to come. So if we want to direct staff to bring back some estimates, that's fine. But I want to keep these businesses and I want to keep these jobs here. I think that's the most important thing tonight.
Thank you for understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify one key important point. I fully agree with what Councilmember Bagby said. My question was just so I can make an informed decision. It was not meaning that I would not support it. I just want to know what I'm supporting and what we can anticipate as we go into budget session, what that number may look like. So I think that's important for us as policymakers to understand that. It wasn't going to influence me one way or the other. I just want to know that information. And when it comes back, the best that you can do.
I
don't know. I heard you. Okay, I heard you.
Sorry.
I'm very clear on the process, but there should be a mechanism we can make a best guess, and that's what I'm asking her to do. Thank you.
I asked this to be agendized tonight for action tonight, because what we don't have is time. And so I understand you want analysis, and I understand you want to be an informed decision maker as a policy maker and an elected official, and I value that and I understand that. I just have to be really transparent about the sense of urgency to this. So, I will work with Susie on this, but this is not something we have months and months to analyze and reanalyze and remodel, because it's to Councilmember Bagby's point. This is about keeping these businesses here, and this is about, we're asking for better than we're asking for giving you more tax than Santa Rosa as a best practice. So I feel like we're being very responsible in our request. Like, we're not trying to gouge the city, right? So we're very reasonable in what we're looking for. And so I just want to make sure that it's expressively clear.
It's really clear. super clear, but it is not on our agenda for action tonight. We cannot take action.
Kevin
Okay,
said it
so
would
you
be.
need to understand, it has to come back
Okay.
because it's here to direct staff, and we're directing them to bring it back, but we would like a little more information when it comes back. So I want you to be clear, we can't take action,
And I think.
even
that-
if we want to.
Even if we wanted to, I think that we would have asked these same questions, and so it would have been brought back at least one more time. My question to you is very simple. First off, I understand how it works, okay? Question is, how did you come up with the percentages with the change? How come, I understand that some make more money, I get that, but how do you know in your head that 1% is proper for manufacturing versus 2%?
The reason we did it is because we want to be a good participant in the Cloverdale community, and we want to help develop this community to be the best it can be for my employees, for myself, for everybody. So, you know, as a business owner, do I want 0% tax? Of course, right? Who doesn't? But as a local community member who employs Cloverdalians and who has moms and kids and people in school and see the problem with school, we wanted to participate, and we wanted to participate in a fair way. So we talked internally as an industry, and we discussed it, and we felt like this was fair and a relief that we needed, but also provided economic opportunity and upside and tax to the city. And so that's where we got this numbers, is we tried to take logic and reason and understand that, like, Cloverdale needs tax. We get that.
With the logic and reason, did you do financials to know what each person, each group?
We did, but like, look, at the end of the day,
I'm not
like,
asking
am
for-
I going to get Beazle to open up their 3-year profit and loss future potential? Am I going to open this up?
I'm
No,
not
so
asking
like,
for them, I'm asking for what you guys did.
I'm telling you what we did.
Understand your portion of it.
I'm telling you what we did. So we sat down as an industry, and we actively talked about this, and we actively started to model this out. And like, is Beazle and Garden Society and Red Door and all these companies going to open up their financial models and understand what the long-term financial impact to the city is? No, because this is confidential proprietary information, right? So we used logic and common sense, and we all individually looked at our bottom line, and we all individually discussed as a community of operators in this town, what were we comfortable with? What could we know would allow us to stay here, run our business profitably for long-term success, keep employing Cloverdalians, and also return tax back to the city? Because we're not asking for no tax. I'm not asking for a suspension of tax payments. We understand we have to pay tax because we understand Cloverdale needs tax, right? So that's how we did it. So we tried to get quantitative in our analysis, but it's too complex and too confidential, frankly, and it gets convoluted, right? So we tried to come to the table with, like, how do we be a good player and how do we use common sense?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, if we could, if there's no more discussion.
Well, I just had one
Okay.
comment, if I could. You know, in the ordinance chapter, it's section 3.46.220, 0.210. It talks about audit and examination of records and equipment. So it seems like the mechanism's there to look at the records if the city chose to. So, I mean, I get it, they're complicated, but certainly the abilities are. I'm not suggesting that,
15, Jill.
but I just wanted to make it clear that that's part of the, that can be done.
So
I'm not suggesting
we've
that.
had our financials audited for sure. So Susie has access to our financials and our metric and our compliance and all of our software for sure. So the city is audited. But what you're asking for is our future forecast and our P&L. So to do that quantitative analysis is about where are we in a year? What's the financial impact in a year?
Well, Aaron, if I could just interrupt you.
Aaron, and I just
Okay.
want to clarify, that's not what I was asking. I was asking based on past receipts, what we can anticipate if it was 1% less or 2% less. That's what I was asking for.
Okay.
And I'd like to make a motion, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Just before you make a motion,
Yep.
can you confirm if there's public comment or not?
Thank
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry, you're right. I gotta get my screen back to where I was supposed to be at here. Cannot see.
Jill, do you see any hands
Jill,
out
do
there?
you see any hands? There is no hands. I pulled them up. I can see them. There's no hands. We have 2 people in our audience as we speak, and one of them is Susie. So, any public comment from the audience? Seeing the one person shaking his head no, we will bring it back to the dais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like
Thank you, Alex.
to direct staff to bring back a resolution amending the cannabis taxes to as outlined on the staff report, 3% for cultivation, 1% for manufacturing, 1% for distributing, and 3.5 for retail.
I'd like to second that.
In addition, if we could also, but not to interfere with the expediting this recommendation as quickly as possible, come back and see what tweaks we can make under Prop P pertaining to late fees and what we had outlined to you before. So I think there's a second by Councilmember Bagby.
There still is.
Vice Mayor Walter?
Aye.
Councilmember Bagby?
Aye.
Councilmember Paula?
Aye.
Councilmember Cruz? Mayor Lands?
Aye.
And could I just, Mr. Mayor, take advice one more time? How quickly can we have this back? Can we have it back at the next council meeting? Going into effect April 1st?
We'll have to take a look at that, Vice Mayor. The resolution, I think, to adjust the excise tax rates, we could probably meet the next council meeting deadline.
That'd be great.
The revisions to the ordinance, we'll have to draft an ordinance. We may have to publish it.
Well, on that, David, we can wait, but I'm talking about the reduction in percentages. If we can bring that back at the next council meeting, that would be great, going into effect April the 1st.
Yeah, let me ask a question. Susie, what is the next billing date or cutoff date that we're looking for?
The next end date would be
The 31st.
March 31st, which would be due April 30th.
I'd be happy to make a motion if it's necessary, but I'd also like to recommend that we would be happy to make it retroactive, or we can discuss that at the council meeting at the time, that we could make the adjustments retroactive for the month of March. Do you require a motion for that?
We can include that language in the draft, and then at the meeting, the council can decide.
And I'm happy
whether or
to,
not
and I'm happy to just address that at the next meeting, but just something that I would like to recommend as a good faith effort.
Since we've already voted on this, I mean,
Yeah, can I go ahead and?
It's direction, we're giving direction. If anybody's against it, I'd like to hear it now.
Yeah.
This is your chance.
I'm happy to make a motion if you,
We've already kind of.
but I think
Okay.
I can make a separate motion.
If council takes direction, makes direction at your March 23rd council meeting, resolution would likely take effective immediately, so that would address tax
That would
payments
address, it'll
due.
still cover us for, okay, so it would be effective April 1st. It would be.
Right.
Okay. I think that's fine then. We're good. Okay, thank you. I'll just, go ahead, and if we want to discuss it further at the next meeting, we can.
Thank you very much for hearing us. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Paulo, with me. Thank you very much. I will be in Hawaii at the next council meeting. I will dial in. I apologize in advance if I'm intoxicated on the beach, but I will be cheering you on, and I'm grateful for you being a great partner to our industry and for hearing us tonight. So thank you very much.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you for coming and sharing that. And
9:29,
I s-
we'll return.
Susie, I still would like to get that information the best you can. It has nothing to do.
It's 9:29, we're back. G2, discussion and consideration of the City of Cloverdale draft budget goal statements for fiscal year 22 to 24.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm going to walk you through a brief PowerPoint presentation regarding goal setting for our fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24 budgets. The agenda for tonight is to give you an overview of the goal setting process, talk about goal setting process for multi-year budgets, talk about the 2-year budget development framework, some of the current budget themes for the fiscal year 21-22 budget, and then review of draft budget goal statements for your consideration. So just kind of give you a perspective on the historical process that council has utilized. Traditionally, the council developed along with staff and the Planning Commission developed a list of draft goal statements. That process entailed council members, staff, planning commissioners, members of the community submitting individual goal statements. Those goal statements were compiled, and we would conduct a public workshop where the council would, through this vote by the dot process, recommend or highlight which goals they felt were important. Once that process was completed, we go through an ordinal ranking process where each of the goals were assigned point values, and the top 10 the goals that received the top 10 points became your top 10 goal statements. And so that's kind of how it worked out on an annual basis. Often those goal statements, I think, were reflective. When you go through a process like that, it's kind of like strategic planning. You end up with goal statements that tend to reflect a longer period of time, tend to be more strategic planning level goals versus annual budget goals. And then those goal statements would be reflected in the annual budget through allocation of funding, what the staffing is, allocation is for carrying out those initiatives, and carried out through the operational budgets. This year, previously we, in 2019, we were moving towards a 2-year budget process. And when I say that, it was really 2 1-year budgets. We want to adhere to, just like you heard tonight, the annual audit process. But to move to a 2-year budget process, a couple important points I want to make on that is that one of the things that's key is we spend a lot of time in the budget development process having staff meetings, developing the budget. If with the new system with OpenGov, we had our first set of meetings today. That in and of itself saves a lot of time, but we were already developing a budget for fiscal year 23-24. So rather than us waiting another year to develop that budget, we were able to utilize that time to be able to really develop a budget for 2 years or 2 1 years versus having to do this all again next year. The other perspective that I want to bring to council is to have a little bit of a longer term view on your finances and start to look at, rather than just year over year, what does it look like, your expenditure and your revenue patterns, as you start to look out a little bit farther in time. And so that's a 2-year budget process is a little more conducive to that. One of the things that I think that is key is, again, think about goal setting is to link your goals to what resources you have. Again, what was stated here is link what we want to accomplish to the resources that are needed or necessary. So think about that in the context of if for instance, you want to completely redesign Oste Road. Well, what are the resources that we're going to need to allocate to be able to accomplish that goal? Obviously, we want to set meaningful objectives. Some timeframes that staff has been working on is kind of this, if you take a 24-month period, a 2-year budget period, 0 to 8 months is kind of your near term, 8 to 16 months is kind of your midterm, and then 16 to 24 months is the longer term within that 2-year period. One thing I think it's critical to emphasize is even though council may engage in a 2-year budget process, at that, we do the mid-year, so really kind of after the first 6 months, you have a check-in, and then you do it again at the end of the first fiscal year. So you're not checking back in, you're not having updates. You still will do that. You're just not having to completely develop a new budget. You're adjusting accordingly as needed, modifying any goals, adjusting the work plan, and reprioritizing. I think one of the things I just want to kind of step back for a second, and it's important to emphasize, is really the purposes of budget. It's allocated and productive efficiency. How much funding do you want to allocate to one activity versus another? And that's where the council prioritizing your goals is so critical, because that helps staff give us direction on where do you want to put funding resources to accomplish the work plan. One of the things we're hearing a lot about is how the city can reduce costs and reallocate savings. Is looking at your workforce, looking at technology, and as a means to increase productivity. So thinking about, again, the budget process, how can you improve efficiency? And then last but not least, there's really been this change in perspective around budgeting from customers as constituents to really customers, or residents as customers, and asking them to subscribe to your services, subscribe to your newsletter, subscribe to the services that they want. And that's something to think about as you think about the budget. So some of the budget themes that are in your current year budget are identified on this slide. Economic recovery. That was really a critical focus of council as we entered COVID. We knew it was going to have an impact on sales tax revenue. We knew it was going to have an impact on your TOT revenue, and we were really uncertain what it was going to do with respect to property tax revenue. So we put a lot of emphasis on the theme of economic recovery. We did a lot of letter writing to support what ultimately came out of ARPA to help us weather the storm. Next budget theme, revenue enhancement, and I think this is kind of what I see is it should be a reoccurring theme. It's how as a city can we enhance our revenue sources. Obviously, there's a lot of consideration that goes into that, just based on the last discussion we had, but looking at ways to maximize your revenue through improvements to, say, downtown, enhancing your business community to support additional taxes. So this is kind of a standing goal, is the way I see it, and you usually see that embedded in your economic development programs. That's why we fund the Chamber of Commerce, for example. The very important budget theme over the last 2 years has been public safety and emphasis on emergency preparedness. We've done a lot of work in this space. I want to acknowledge the work that the chief brought in this field in updating our emergency operation plan, the time and energy that staff dedicated to the resilient Cloverdale, updating our evacuation plans, and the effort that we funded, again, through the chamber to help us do the outreach. So that, again, reflects that theme that we then put budget resources and we carried out through the budget. Moving on, budget theme, again, housing and homelessness. This was kind of based on what became a more significant and emerging issue around homelessness, and we started development of the strategic plan. Likewise, infrastructure and technology. We invested in completing the capital improvement program. And then last but not least, planning and sustainability. We're putting a lot of work into the Southwest Planning Corridor, which we've realized now is what resulted in pretty large-scale annexations of the Bumgardner property and the Budakali residential project and commercial property, and likewise initiating the effort to look at our energy expenditure. And the council made a decision just at your last meeting to support the change, the work order change with the PG&E program that will help us fund energy improvements. So this kind of just, those themes were ultimately reflected in goal statements that were included in part of your budget. Again, on that revenue enhancement, we reflecting back the renewal of the utility user tax. Well, that was an important piece that kind of tied in with that. So as we've moved through this current fiscal year, again, some themes emerged. I kind of put at the top of the list here, drought response. We've heard we've had a lot of conversation here with council about our drought response. That included setting the, declaring a water shortage emergency, approving and adopting the urban water management plan and water shortage contingency plan, and then a lot of discussions around what kind of water conservation measures we're going to implement, and looking at our CIP towards what projects do we want to implement to help address this. So looking at new wells and things like that. So again, this is an emerging theme that's front and center right now. Again, revenue enhancement, I kind of see this as a standing goal. It's critical to continue looking at how we can enhance our revenue, because that's what's so critical to support and provide the services that are necessary for our community. Housing and homelessness continues to be a significant issue. We continue to make progress on our homeless strategic plan, and likewise, we're engaged in the development of our updated housing element for the next 8-year planning cycle. See this little air here on the thing, but the next topics are infrastructure, and really the focus here, I think, is our capital improvement program. We're now, after almost 10 plus years, we have an adopted CIP that gives us the ability to really focus in on the specific projects that we want to fund in our budget process, relative to water, wastewater, streets, and facilities. Again, a new emerging goal is technology. An issue that we've seen arise that's very significant in my mind is the cyber threats. We've seen a tremendous amount of hacking. I'm getting tremendous notices from FBI about the security threats that exist, some of which is because of the ongoing threats at an international level in terms of some of the activities with some of the foreign actors. And so I think it's an opportunity for us to really take a look at that and invest in some new technology improvements. Continuing on, we do desire to move forward with planning and sustainability measures. Again, our housing element, the work that we want to do with PG&E, with our water meters and our other facilities. And of course, I think it goes without saying, continuing our efforts in emergency preparedness. So I wanted council to kind of think about these budget themes, because this helps inform, again, our budget process. And are there other emerging themes or other significant themes that we may have missed here? In looking at those themes, can develop some draft budget goal statements that are reflective of those themes, and how we can make progress on continuing to implement those themes or address those themes in a significant way, again, through this 2-year budget process. What we're really asking is does council support this kind of goal statement process? That I think the intent here is to tie our goals to our work plan. We have a real significant body of work. When you look at the subcommittees and our council agendas, all the things that are reflected there, there's a fairly full plate of work plan tasks. And one of the things we did is kind of really look at what are all the things council wants to accomplish. And I think it's reflected on your agendas, the things you ask staff to bring forward. And we tried to kind of look at that and say that this is how we see it reflected in the goal statements. Is how do you build that work plan and you tie it into the goal statements, so that at the end of the day, we like to be able to say under each one of these, there's a specific project or a set of specific projects or multiple projects that we are funding and we are undertaking, and hopefully at the end of the day we are completing, and we can show that we've made progress in some of these projects that again enhance and support these themes. So that's what we wanted to do, is to see council's perspective on this goal setting process. If you agree with it having kind of a work plan based approach, and adjusting these as you see fit, adding or modifying, deleting. But we thought this might be a good starting place for council to see if this kind of meshes with your perspective on what are some of our key budget goals that we want to put in place as part of our next 2-year budget cycle. So I'll kind of pause there. I've put up the budget themes, put up with the goal statements for your review. We're ready if you want to go back to the traditional process. I think, I took a look at some of the history on some of our past goal statements, and they were always very lofty, and we were it was kind of difficult sometimes to show what we were completing in meeting those goal statements, because they tended to be bigger, broader, less defined, and that was, I think when you look at our list of accomplishments and you can kind of see how they relate to our budget themes, I feel like it's something we can be proud of, and we can kind of point to our focused effort as part of the budget process. But so, Mayor, Council, I'll leave it there. Happy to address any questions. Ultimately, I think what we're asking for is, your feedback. I kind of outlined here is, conduct an assessment of the existing goal statements, review accomplishments during the previous fiscal year, discuss proposed work plan initiatives for the next 2-year budget process, modify or update those goals, and add any new goals. Of course, we could, if you want us to really look at kind of that more community-based workshop process, we can do that.
Councilmember Cruz, would you like to go first?
Well, thank you. Yes, I do have a couple of comments here. I think that in this budget, we need to revise and include areas of training for council, and also for council to be able to be represented in regional affairs and regional boards. As we continue to progress away from the pandemic, we will have more expenses for physical attendance, and I don't see where that fits within that area that you highlighted, but it needs to be there. I also think that on the planning and sustainability, there has to be monies allocated for training of planning commissioners, because we cannot continue to have people to just talk about the color of a building or the plans we're going to, have around a building. We need to have people who understand what is policy making and what is the impact prior to coming to council and once it comes to council. So we can avoid controversies like the ones that have surfaced this last year. At the same time, I find that the assistant city manager has an additional title that goes for community development. And I don't see where there's allocation for community development there. I think that there needs to be allocation under the community development for outreach to the community in terms of ongoing communication, like it has been established with David's weekly report, and also with the once a month report on the Cloverdale Connect. There needs to be more outreach beyond that. I also feel that, David and I discussed safety seminars for the community in terms of pedestrian safetiness, and perhaps that could go under planning and sustainability, as well as youth activities. We need to be able to partner with nonprofits to alleviate the stress of planning and implementation. And at this point, I see that we have worked with the Kiwanis in the past, but I think we could work more closely with La Familia Sana, with land paths and other activities, other organizations, I should say, for outdoor activities and also for summer activities, and vacation time for youth and children. Somewhere we need to pay attention to what's happening to the children and childcare of children in Cloverdale, because we need to be engaged with 4Cs and Head Start and all that, not necessarily to say we're going to give you or not give you money, but we need to learn what's going on in our town and what entities are coming into Cloverdale to provide services that we cannot afford to provide or that the county is not providing. So those are areas where I think we need to spend some money. And then again, I don't know if you would put under planning and sustainability, working with our emergency preparedness, or even both, working with the chamber. So, somehow we need to make sure that we're also engaged in selling Cloverdale, because if we're not seen and we're not heard of, we're not going to be a destination in any kind of way. We need to be able to develop more business here in Cloverdale. So those are my thoughts when it comes to, budget themes and goal statements for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bagby?
Yeah, I had, I guess one of the questions was, is this a good approach? I really liked the notes on the draft budget themes. I think it's the last attachment in the packet. And I think one of my additions was kind of in line with what Marta's saying, and I kind of categorized it, I think, a little bit differently. And I think that one of the priorities should be, at risk of putting words in her mouth, but it's consistent with one of the things I wanted to add, which would be a professional organization and the prioritization for filling staff positions, creating internships, training for council and the planning commission, and a culture of continual improvement and continual professional development amongst the staff, so that we're, especially hopefully, as we're coming out of COVID and being able to go to more public events, that we're able to, network and recreate and some of those relationships that we have with employees from other cities, so that they'll want to come here, because we definitely have a need on staff. We have a lot of open positions and a lot of staff work that we're basically down to the point of a lemonade stand on staffing, in a lot of cases. So I guess I would start with that. That would be kind of my only addition that I would want to see. And then I thought emergency preparedness was great as it is. I was going to kind of go back to saying what I don't have any additions to. So emergency preparedness, I think, is great as it is, very important. Planning and sustainability, I think that language is pretty good. Housing and homelessness, I think you hit it spot on. I did have kind of just some feedback on drought response, and I think that we have to get out of the mode of drought response. We know that we're probably in a permanent situation where our growth patterns and our development patterns are really going to have to change. We're going to have to really focus on water-wise development standards, and have, and this is where I think it's important to have to put an emphasis on having community conversations about planning for development and being water-wise, and focusing on any future development really in our areas where it's already zoned for. We're going to need to do it, and we need to do it in such a way that
it doesn't have a huge impact, or it doesn't increase our water demands, and that we're actually managing our per capita use, which I think that's what the direction that the state is really going in, is managing our per capita use. We have two things that we have to watch out for. One is just basic supply. Will the water be there? The second is they definitely want to be lowering and managing that per capita use. So I think we have to have a community conversation so that people really understand where we're at and how we're going to provide the housing that we need to for working families who are already here. So I just would tweak that drought response one a little bit to focus it more on this is being water efficient is going to be a way of life for us going forward. And then on revenue enhancement and economic development, absolutely, I absolutely would underscore that's something that we have to do. We need to look at principled investment of our tax dollars and our staff time and be very careful with the resources that we have, continued, on a very conservative and make very conservative trajectory and make sure that those investments, have double and triple benefits. And I think that our staff is actually really good at doing that, of being able to stack benefits and being able to get a lot of bang for our buck. And on housing and homelessness, again, I think I said that we're on. I think it's well stated. And then on infrastructure, I'll go back to, we really need to focus on the city center development in our key areas, and we need to have a community conversation about how we do that within our water budget. In addition to that, I think that every time we spend money on infrastructure, that capital improvement program has to be our number one priority. Unless there's just a really darn good reason to diverge from it. That's a very valuable document that represents hundreds of, if not thousands of staff hours, and it's a considerable investment in and of itself, and it really has to be the lens through which we look at our infrastructure. And then just on technology, I think that another valuable lesson of having kind of deferred maintenance of our water system is that the longer you defer it, the more it costs you to fix it. And technology, I think, is exponential in that sense. If you don't invest in it, you're going to really be sorry that you didn't. So I think that the technology is really important to keep front and center, but the way that we have to look at it is that we can't get behind on it. And if we get behind on it, it has an impact on all of the other things that the city manager was talking about, like providing really good customer service, running an efficient shop, being able to attract and keep employees. If you don't have good tools for them, you can't attract them and keep them. So it has multiple benefits when it's really a priority. And I think that as a small city, in some ways, we kind of have the attitude, well, it costs us more. Technology will cost us more if we don't invest in it. And I think that the meeting technology that we use and are very frustrated with is kind of a reflection of that. Well, if we had a real state-of-the-art video system in this building, not only could it be better for our meetings and create better community engagement, it would be a way that this building could market itself and support itself. So technology belongs on the list, but I think that it needs to be teased out a little bit more. So yeah, those are just my comments, but I think it's the right direction and the right way to go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like the budget, the draft budget themes. What I would like to see added is, we've talked about revenue enhancement for the last 12 years that I was on the city council. And, we have the best intention, but the reality is the funding just doesn't go up like we need it to do a lot of the projects. we're at a state right now where there's an extremely large number of grant possibilities out there. And I really think part of this, under revenue enhancement, we should retain the services of a professional grant writing firm that can work with us and go after some of this money. There's a lot of money out there for broadband. There's a lot of money out there for infrastructure. There's a lot of money for drought relief. But to get that, even be considered for that money, we have to have a shovel-ready program, and we need somebody that's going to put all that together, and we need to have it all submitted. As Councilmember Bagby alluded to, we are short on staff. We are struggling. We are putting fires out. We really need to spend money to get money, and we really should put that in there, because if we're going to address a lot of these problems that we do have, talk about infrastructure. We talked about the Asti Road improvements that are critical. Is when that housing development goes in, we need to have a safe pass for the people that live there to get into town. That's important. And we talked about the need for potential stoplights, signal lights on Hillsburg Avenue at Cloverdale Boulevard. We've talked about the need for striping. And these are all important things that need to be addressed. Water, we talked about potentially maybe having irrigation wells that could be used to offset water, fresh water being used for our parks and for the different fields. We're looking at all these. So I think we can maybe, using a proper grant writing firm, maybe be successful in getting some funding to address some of these important projects. And that goes with the homeless. There's a lot of money out there to help address some of the homeless things that we're all confronting within the state. And I think we need to be actively looking at those. I'd like to see under each of these categories more of a theme of potential projects that we hope to do within the next, as you mentioned, 6 to 12 months. For instance, under infrastructure, one of them would be the Asti Road. Once that housing development's built, people move in, we really need to have a safe route into town. So that's kind of one over the next 12 to 18 months. As far as the water, that's ongoing. Yesterday wouldn't be soon enough, so we need to really have, what are we going to do over the next 6 months in that area, so we can measure it as we move forward. Are we gaining any traction? So those are my comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. David, I think, you touched on one that I really, and you and I have been talking about, is the technology with the enhanced cybersecurity. That's always a big concern, I think more so than ever now. I like the way you laid it out. The only problem the only thing I can't get my arms around is, how is it measurable? It's very broad, each one of these topics, and how do we measure that they've been achieved? Some of them, and maybe even all of them, are they're ongoing in perpetuity. I mean, we're constantly going to be working at revenue enhancement. We're constantly going to be working on the drought. So how do we measure them on an annual basis?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think measuring our goals is critically important. And I think to Councilmember Paula's point, what we would want to do for each of these, assuming council supports the themes, is develop a work plan that implements these themes, tied to those timelines that we identified. And that's what we did for the last budget cycle. So we said, in 0 to 8 months, here's the list of projects, activities, programs we want to undertake. In 8 to 16 months, and then 16 to 24 months. So we would have actual deliverables or projects or activities that we would be carrying out in within those timeframes, so that at the end of that period, you'd look back and say, okay, did we accomplish the work plan that we funded in our budget that implemented these themes? So that's kind of how we would do it, Vice Mayor, is the next step would be for the budget workshop is come back, each department will have a work plan that implements these budget themes, and with specific items that we would identify that we would plan to complete within that timeframe. So, for example, we heard Councilmember Paula say retain a grant writer. I could see that being a high priority in the short term, so we could put that in under revenue enhancement. Retain a firm or an individual to conduct and support grant writing activity. And it comes with a cost. So that's something we'd have to plan and budget for. So that would be under that theme. Likewise, under maybe planning and sustainability, we might have develop a drought-wise plan for future development. And we know we'd look at the timeline. That might be more kind of 8 months to 16 months. I mean, but we'd have the list of things, deliverables, as I'd like to call them, that would be part of our work plan for each one of these. And we talked about it, but I didn't want to suppose that council would just support all those things, these themes. So that will be our next step as we've kickstarted the budget process. We'll be going in with what are our work plans to implement these items, bring that back for council as part of the budget workshop, and hopefully we do a good job at capturing those things that council wants us to capture. And then the other thing I can do is if you support these themes, is actually send it out to you with seeking your further input with recommendations, so we can also build that into the budget process. So if you have other thoughts that you think we should pursue, we'll plug that in.
And is this going to be, are they going to be shepherded by a subcommittee? Or who's going to look over these?
So that's
keep
really
track of them?
That'd be something for council to discuss, how you would like that to be tracked. Do you want them all? We've done that in the past where we've kind of put them all in one subcommittee. I think maybe there's some merit to looking at, again, those work plans and what subcommittee do the work plans go to. So if it's looking at a new well, for example, it might be the public, it'd probably be best public works subcommittee. Okay. Which, again, that's we didn't kind of develop these themes out of thin air. We kind of looked at, well, what are the things we're already working on? And so, a lot of the things we're going to be able to pull right off the subcommittee agenda and plug into these themes.
Okay. Thank you.
So I know you and I have talked about this even just last week. Had a good conversation, and we were discussing a grant writer. I think it's a phenomenal idea. I think that it's well worth its money, and there is a lot of money out there, and we don't have the time or ability to be doing it ourselves. The ship sailed before we even looked to get on it. So I think that's a phenomenal idea that we've been discussing for a little while now. These are good overarching goals. I like it. But this is where, when the big word of that retreat came in, it was to be achievable goals, and that was my idea about this whole thing, is finding ways to have successes, to have solution-based things that we do. So you might have a goal for, let's say, infrastructure. Well, we might narrow that down to, in the next 12 months, we're going to have a dog park, and that's your goal. And that goal is how the council is evaluated. That goal is how the city manager is evaluated, and how he evaluates his staff and the subcommittees that they're on. Because you have a very set, specific goal that's, and we might say, okay, and I'm obviously just making this up right now, but say we use that dog park, and I said, okay, David, how long is it going to take us, do you think, to get this ready? And you say 12 to 16 months. Great, that's your window. We'll work on it. And in 8 months, we say, where are we at? Are we halfway done? Are we, 3/4 of the way done? 2/3? Where are we at? And you have to have achievable goals. These are things that we could have these goals set here for the next 40 years and not change a word on them, and they'll still be accurate. So I'm not going to beat this up. We all kind of have the same ideas. I really want to see, I don't remember, one of you two said bullet points. That's the idea. The bullet points to me are what we would take these to our retreat or our board session that we would have together and say, look, here's what my homelessness committee wants. Here's what the public works committee wants. We already have the ideas. We already have what everybody's talking about. Put them into this as bullet points with very specific. And then you know which committee it goes to after that. That's all I have. There is no one in the public. You're a trooper. You're a trooper, Matt. Would you like to comment? Or chair? We could thank Supervisor Gore's family for that one. Bringing it back to the dais, anyone else?
Nope.
Before we start losing our minds here.
Well, no, just want to confirm the tentative date. It's going to be May, if I saw it right in the staff report,
May Wednesday, May 4th. I think I heard from Councilmember Cruz that she could attend virtually that date, but otherwise, that's kind of consistent with the date we've traditionally held our workshop, is that first Wednesday in May.
It works for me. I just wanted to say. So
May what?
It does work.
What was the date? May
4th, was it?
4th.
Yeah, Wednesday, May 4th. Okay. It was on the staff report. And then,
Okay.
just if you could get, is it going to be an all-day session, or how do you?
I think it's something along the lines of 9 to 3, something like that. We'll develop an.
I'm sorry, Councilman Cruz, you said you will not be available on that one?
Yeah, I have sent you and David a list of dates when I'm not available.
You're right.
Go back through those.
And I'm sorry, but this fell through the cracks for me too, and I know I meant to send it. I do have a smart board meeting at 1:30 that day. So I could do 9 to noon or 9 to 12:30 or 1, but I made a little break for my brain.
I think we should actually try to schedule something where we can have the full day for us. That way,
Yeah.
That way we're not rushed.
And I apologize for not doing that sooner. I just didn't get to it.
You want me to poll council with
Yeah.
some additional dates?
I know, I hate doodles, but they're the only thing that works, so if anybody minds doing a doodle poll.
There you go. All right, with this, do we need anything else out of this? It's just as direction, correct? Perfect. All right. Thank you. You good, David?
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Subcommittee items, finance, admin, and police.
We meet next, I don't know, what's this?
You meet April 4th.
April 4th is the next meeting.
Planning and sustainability,
Next meeting is April 19th.
public works.
I'm sorry?
April 26th.
Well, actually, that's not a correct date.
It's not.
It's,
We're meeting monthly. It's March 22nd.
right, that was the.
Yeah.
That's a Tuesday.
Sorry about that. Right.
Sorry.
Thanks, Joe.
City and fire.
Well, I guess there was never a rescheduling of the February meeting, so I assume that there's nothing to be discussed, and it would be June 13th unless city manager has some information regarding that, because there were some issues that I really wanted to discuss, and it was on the agenda, but it's been ignored.
Reach back out to the chief. I know he indicated that the dates for the meetings, their board changed, so I'll see if I can get a date for our next meeting.
Joint city and school. Really nothing to update right now. The next meeting is not going to be going through. The only small thing I have is I know that they have been working on a tentative map, and I don't know if you guys got it yet today. I'm on it. It's just very rough, the one that we'd been talking about for the projects they're doing, and they were trying to get the tentative map. They sent it to the Measure H committee today. So I will send it to you guys if they haven't sent it to you yet.
I haven't seen anything
It's
yet.
not approved by anybody, but it's basically on the email, everyone says we're good to go. So we'll kind of speed our city portion of that along. And then, like I said, the March 21st date will be wrong. That's a holiday for the school, so we will reschedule. The Homelessness Community Advisory Group, we met last week, and we discussed the Cherry Creek project for the majority of the time. They're doing housing vouchers, which are specifically for chronically homeless, which is not how we had anticipated as the city and how it was sold to us. And it was even a surprise to Colleen, looking at the paperwork she filled out. It was not written that way in the beginning, but the county says to use the vouchers, you have to have chronically homeless, which means that you have to be homeless for a year or 4 times in 3 years. And so it basically limits the housing to almost no one that we have in Cloverdale at this point.
Was that a county or a state? I thought it was a state.
The vouchers are state.
That's okay.
Yes, but the county controls.
They
who
put
gets
the
them.
restrictions.
They do the
State
selection
have to
process.
put
Correct.
Yeah.
So we're talking about different ways to possibly change that or do what we can do to help our homeless in Cloverdale. And with the homeless in Cloverdale, we did a point-in-time count with the county, I believe it was 2 weeks ago now. We had in the general area between 24 and 30 because there was 3 different trailers that were on Geysers Road near Thousand Trails or NACO West that are people that you can only stay there for a certain amount of time. So they get counted, but they don't at the same time. So we are under 30, which is a solid number. Approximately 6 were actually in city limits. They are all known. Every person we know is known by either Reach for Home or myself. It was nice to know that every single person we have technically homeless outside is first name basis with one of us in town. So we are doing all we can to help them as they need it. And that is all I have. So, subcommittee reports, verbal only, council reports, we got those. Anything else? Informational reports. I don't, Councilman Cruz, I'm watching you just to make sure you're on my screen. Legislative reports, letters of support.
I submitted my council report.
Just the letter I suggested that we support maybe, and possibly in conjunction with La Familia Sana regarding the senator requires legislation, but not urgent. But if you want to consider 1229, yeah, just that's the only thing I would suggest we do. Yet, but you'll be getting a full report. I think that the Sonoma County legislative meeting is going to be pretty packed the next time because things are starting to move at the legislature. So you'll get a report back on that next time.
Thank you. City manager report.
Just real briefly, I want to mention the next Mayor and Council Members Association meeting is scheduled for Thursday, April 14th in Runner Park. That will be the first in-person meeting in almost 2 years now. If you're interested, please let me know, and we'll get council all signed up, and we'll pay the fees for that event.
Is it, Mr. Mayor, is it going to be virtual as well?
It's actually in person.
It's just in person?
Yeah. Well,
We should find out if they're going to. I mean, I phone it for you, but I mean, we should find out if they're also going to have the speaker be available to everybody, because that's a really good idea. I think some of those presentations, it's like, if you're not, previously, if you missed it, it was really good information. So it would be a good idea if they were actually recorded and made available.
Yep.
Where is that one held, David?
This is going to be at the Fairview Golf Course in Runner Park, or Foxtail.
Thank you. City Attorney? Status update on current impacts to water supply?
Mayor, we will continue to track drought conditions and the state board outcome. Just reminding the council that we anticipate bringing forward a voluntary drought agreement for your review. It's pretty clear that drought conditions persist. We're a little better off in Lake Mendocino this year than we were last, so that's kind of good news. Hopefully, we'll get a little more precipitation and moisture, and that'll bolster our reservoir levels. But you'll start to see, you're starting to see a lot more messaging come out again because of the persistence of the drought, and we'll be putting more information in the weekly newsletter in regards to water conservation.
Thank you. Status on the current emergency?
No updates, Mayor.
Thank you. Council direction on future agenda items.
Mr. Mayor, earlier under correspondence, the city manager shared with us that we had a email exchange with Barry Miller in reference to possibly outsourcing our police services with the county. And David's been spending quite a bit of time, I think, emailing and explaining to Mr. Miller how that process might look. And at this point, you know, I would like to see the city manager not waste any more of his time. I mean, if there's not an appetite for this city council to even explore that, I think he just needs to let Mr. Miller know that. So I don't know at this point if we just take a poll. I know I'm not interested. I don't know about the rest of my council members.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not interested at this point to use city staff time
to that.
I would just add, this is not on the agenda, so if you want to have a more formal
Maybe we should have a
discussion, we could put it on the future agenda.
I don't even want to see us waste our time doing that. So
Can we give future agenda item direction that we do not want to see it on a future agenda?
Yes.
Okay, then I would suggest we do that.
I'll support that.
And I'll support that as well. Very well put.
I'll leave that alone because I got confused right there for a second. All right, thank you, everyone. It is.
Councilmember Cruz.
Councilmember Cruz.
She wants to.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I really would like to know if the concerns that were brought up today by the speakers during public comment is going to be addressed quickly.
They're going to the Public Works Subcommittee.
It's really sad to see that the most impacted people by this particular intersection has been Latinx community members, because those are the people who are walking a lot. So I really emphasize the need for this to be not only in the committee, but so that we can assess that for future prompt agenda item. Thank you.
Yeah, and can we just make sure that the speakers are notified of the date on the agenda as well? It's the family members of the person who was struck.
No, that's important, and I did mention that if they left their name, would notify them. And I was hoping that the chief would, for that meeting, if you could have some background on accident history and et cetera.
You know, and also not to make, I think it's important that we check to make sure that those signals that we have in place now are working.
They are, and they were that day.
They were working? Okay. Now, they don't work unless the button's pushed?
As discussed with David, because if we don't train people to use the equipment that we establish, and if we don't disseminate the information on the importance, it doesn't make any difference. So.
Do you have to push the button for those lights to come on, or they?
Yes.
They are, okay.
Everyone good?
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah. All right, meeting is adjourned, 10:23. Thank you all.